Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to all of you in this lovely place, the Museum of Natural Sciences in Brussels. I am Nadine Zakia, coordinator of the GenderSMART project. A warm thank you for your presence here with us today and your participation in the final dissemination event of the GenderSMART project. We are very honored to have with us delegates from the European Commission, from DG Research and Innovation, DG Agri, and DG Connect. We have also the CEOs and general directors of our consortium partners, some members of the consortium board and external advisory committee of the GenderSMART project, colleagues from sister projects, as well as invitees and panelists, and last but not least, the members of our project consortium partners. Special thanks to the team who was in charge of organizing this event and making this possible today. Your presence here confirms the strong commitment of all of us in tackling the gender and diversity and inclusion challenges in our institutions based in Europe. The GenderSMART project started in 2019 and will close by end of this year. We are very pleased today to get the opportunity to share with you, the audience, some achievements and highlights of our work and to harvest collectively lessons from our GenderSMART adventure. Our agenda timing is very tight, and to keep smooth running of the event, my colleague Cindy will show you this. Time's up, just to make time very, very well managed. So thank you, Cindy, for doing that. And we will start the event without more delay with Athanasia Mungu, Policy Officer at the European Commission at the DG Research and Innovation, who will give us insights on gender in Horizon Europe. Athanasia, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's very, very nice to see you. Okay, I have it. Thanks. Thanks, Chiara. It's very nice to see you again today. And my name is Athanasia Mungu. I'm a policy officer at DG Research and Innovation. And it's really a pleasure after all those years also to be here in the final conference of GenderSMART and celebrate everything that has been achieved so far. After 4 years, of course, we had several good practices that emerged from GenderSMART. Only to highlight a few, I just wanted to emphasize also all the work, thank you, all the work that you did, for example, the surveys when the COVID-19 pandemic arose. So all this that was very important, was also highlighted in our Horizon Europe guidance on gender equality plans. At the same time, I believe you had several events also at a smaller national, regional scale. For example, I only put here the FemFest, for example, that you organized, that was also organized in Cyprus, and not to mention also how impactful it can be to join forces with other sister projects and make a difference. And already this joint event that we are all here for today is a great example. So congratulations. And I have to say that already also the fact that GenderSMART went on implementing gender equality plans in the fields of agriculture and life sciences, this is something very, very unique. So congratulations. With this, I will give you a very brief presentation about what the European Commission is doing in terms of gender equality in research and innovation. For those of you who are also here today, I will try to not be too boring, so I shuffled those a bit around. So as you know, we have been supporting the implementation of gender equality plans through institutional change for more than 10 years now. We have provided funding under the previous framework program, Horizon 2020, and even before for the implementation of gender equality plans. So in total, Across all these years, we have funded more than 200 organizations have benefited from European funding to make a difference and implement gender equality plans. And of course, advancing the European research area, that is our policy framework. After more than 10 years of intense policy on gender equality, if we have a look at also the statistics from our monitoring report that is called She Figures and monitors gender equality in research and innovation, we can see that there has been almost gender parity at doctoral graduate level when we consider all fields together. But, and then depending on the specific scientific fields, we can see that either women are a bit more represented. For example, here I chose to show you what is the percentage of women of doctoral graduates in agriculture. For instance, we are at 57%, but also there are other fields such as engineering, manufacturing, and construction, where women, doctoral graduates, they represent about less than 1/3 of the total graduates. And of course, when we go higher up in the academic ladder, we can also see that in full professorship positions, this is what we call in grade A positions, women still represent 26% of the total positions. And then, of course, we still have, these numbers are also equally low when we move up to what is happening as women as heads of higher education institutions and also as leaders and members of boards. And what is also very important to say is that still at European level, the publications that have a gender dimension into the research and innovation content, they are about less than 2%. And of course, I mean, the highest percentage is also in the medical and health sciences. So if you're also interested in more statistics, please visit our She Figures page on the European Commission. Now, all the good practices that have stemmed over the years from our gender equality plans projects have also made us change gears and also be more ambitious for Horizon Europe, which is the current framework program for research and innovation. So we have strengthened gender equality provisions at 3 different levels. Now, the gender equality plans are an eligibility criterion for applicants that are based in any European member state or associated country. Also, the integration of a gender perspective into the research and innovation content is mandatory by default, and is also one of the award criteria that is evaluated under excellence. And we also pay attention to gender balance in research teams, which is also one of the ranking criteria for proposals that have received the same score. So I would like here to summarize a bit what are our key policy priorities for gender equality for the next years. Importantly, what we want to do is also pay more attention to the enforcement and monitoring of gender equality plans as an eligibility criterion in Horizon Europe. We also have a new European research area policy agenda where we have specifically an action on gender equality and fostering inclusiveness. So what we want to achieve here is to also develop knowledge and expertise and practice on intersectional gender equality policies. So now we're already talking about inclusive gender equality plans, and we're interested also in opening up our policies gradually to intersectionality. That is also to take into account other factors beyond gender that are still intersecting with gender, such as race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, to make our policies more inclusive. We are also committed to setting a European baseline on gender-based violence, including sexual harassment in the European research and innovation system. And what we would also like to do is have, in cooperation with research funding organizations, to set up principles on the evaluation of, the assessing procedures on the integration of the gender dimension. So in a nutshell, this is it regarding the European research area. And of course, these are only 3 bullet points, but there is a lot of work that needs to happen to make concrete progress. At the same time, we haven't forgotten also the impact of COVID-19 that has had on researchers. This is also something that we're looking at through a dedicated expert group that is still working on this and provide us with recommendations. And at the same time, we also want to address the underrepresentation of women in STEM through a roadmap of activities that is currently being rolled out also under the European Year of Youth. And in line also, that what triggered this was the European Strategy for Universities that was adopted this year. That will speak a bit more about this. So far, we already had, we have had several activities to address the underrepresentation of women in STEM fields. Already the European Prize for Women Innovators, also in line with the European Year of Youth, had awarded this year 3 prizes instead of 1 to the Rising Innovators category. We also had, I would also like to focus a bit on the recent session that we had at this year's Research Innovation Days, where we gathered stakeholders from secondary education, universities, and the private sector to see how we can also go forward. And I'm very happy also to say that also Panayota Policarpou from GenderSMART was among this panel. So congratulations and thank you very much. And what we would also like to do now is to work towards a manifesto for gender-inclusive STEM education to break down the barriers between scientific disciplines and make STEM more attractive for women and young girls. So we have recently we launched a survey that is open to everyone. So we would also very much appreciate your input on this towards a real co-creation manifesto. And with this, I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention. Congratulations for more news also and the latest policy updates. You can check our Gender Equality in Research and Innovation Policy webpage. And I'm looking forward to the discussions that we will also have here today. Congratulations. Thank you very much for your attention, and over to you.
Thank you, Athanasia, for this very informative talk. We will have now a speech from Elisabeth Clavry de Saint-Martin, CEO of CIRAD, CIRAD being the institution coordinating the GenderSMART project. Elisabeth was not able to be in person with us in Brussels, but she's connected virtually. Good morning, Elisabeth. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes? It's okay. So thank you very much. Unfortunately, I could not be with you today because I came back very late yesterday from Roma, where there was a science week and where we signed a memorandum of understanding with FAO, IFAD, and WFP. So it was complicated to be this morning with you, but I will stay connected. I know I have to be brief, so I just chose 4 points I would like to underline today. The first point is acknowledge and commend you all for the help and for this project. First, I would like to really sincerely thank the European Commission for initiating this project, for the support, for the guidance, and really for this wonderful and transformative project. I would like also to acknowledge and to thank all the partners for their involvement and also the hard work they have been doing during all these years. All the advice, all your peer-to-peer learning, we've been really strongly benefited from. And that was very, very good input for us. And also I would like to thank the CIRAD team, Nadine, of course, thank you very much, Cindy, and all the people. And also I think Anthony is with you. Anthony Farizano is our director for human resources, finance, and is in the core team in the CIHAD, and has been really very involved in this project. And that's very important, that the whole direction is involved. So thank you very much. My second point, I would like just to recall you why it was so important for CIHAD to be the coordinator of this project. So when I came in CIHAD, and that was it was not so long, a long time ago, but many people in the room from CIHAD have been in the institution for longer term. Gender was simply not an issue. It was not an issue either in the positive way, neither in the negative way. There was no, I would say, gender difficulties, no harassment, no issue. It was just something unthought of. It was the thing nobody was talking about. It was not seen as something we should work on, not a problem, not something which could be beneficial to the institution. And I strongly believe that we were not the only one in this situation. And until very recently, gender was simply not an issue. But it was an issue. It was not because we thought it was not an issue, it was an issue. And we had the figures to convince us it was an issue. We had no women in the executive board. We have very, very few women in the leadership of the research units. And we had no gender-specific statistics, no gender-specific methodology. Well, gender, the unthought. So we had to build something, and many people were convinced, but there was no place where we could share that we have to change and we have to build something new. So we wanted to change the situation. And when I became CEO, it became really one of my priorities, not only because I am a woman, but it was more surely because I was convinced it would make us a more efficient and a more relevant institution, both on our day-to-day management and on scientific output. And for this, we needed help. We needed help because we had not the right tools to change the situation. And this is where my third point came, is what this project helped us to build and inside CIHAD and to do. First, we managed to build the needed consensus to change the situation. Because before you change, before you make a gender equality plans, you take measures, or you really need to have a shared consensus that we need to act, and that the situation was not the normal one. And this has been really one of the output of the project, because we had all this conversation, because we had all these guests, either on behavioral science or just testimonies and everything that helped the people just connect in their computer on the webinar and hearing something about what can be done about gender, how can we change things. So we've been building this consensus slowly, and it's very important with the new generations, because they're going to change the situation definitely, and they needed to be reinforced in their thought that something needed to be done. So that was really something important. The second point is that we had to change our methods, because we first believed that we would change the rules. We would say we need at least 20% in the leadership of units of research. We need X woman in this region on the ground as a regional director, and it would work. And the next generation would be in place and we would be good. But it was not the right approach. The right approach was to have these targets, to really clearly say we want to have female candidacy at every post which is open at CIHAD. But it was also to make the good condition for women to be the candidates, to feel that they could be the right candidate, and to think about the constraints they have, the family constraints, but also the lack of self-esteem, the fact that they're different career, not just to think about the young people, but also the mid-career person. What can we do with them? They had no management post because they could not have this post because of family constraint, but still they have very valuable experience. How can we give a value for this? So we really had to work on both stage, what we wanted, the goals, and the means, the enablers, really to have women more involved. And on the ground, we also had to change things so that gender could really be inside the science, to tag our scientific publication with gender, systematically to ask when we were working on the ground, for instance, on nutrition, what about women? Can I see women talking to me and telling me what is going on? And so all these questions, we really try to work at every level. And this is really one of the input of the project, because you've been doing this, most of our partners, and we've learned with you that there was the good situation, and that was the good method. So we learned a lot on it, and we also learned with some tools which are not so popular in France when it concerns the way to evaluate people, to motivate, to have groups, to have a community of practice, everything which could be built, and that was not in our culture. So we learned a lot. And this is my fourth point. We are going to stay involved, and to stay involved at least at 3 levels. The first one is our institution. We need to go on with this transformation. We need to have more women on board and more women involved, and that we will be working on hard, and you can count on me. The second part is our partners. As you know, we are working a lot in least developed countries, and there are lots of things to do there. It's not what people think from Europe, that women are out of the field. They're in position, they're willing, and we are going to be as useful as we can be to promote them, to promote their work, to have them definitely on board being partners. So inside with our partners, and finally, in terms of publication, in terms of science is not taking into account women as they should be. When you're talking about agriculture, and when you see the challenge we have around us, climate change, food insecurity, women are at the core of all solutions. So we have to find a way to work more closely on it. We need data, but not just data. Qualitative studies are also necessary, and to give women more say in the solution which can be developed. So this is our commitment, and we are going to stay really committed to the gender issue. You can count on us. And with this, I would like to wish you a good day. I will follow you all this morning online, and thank you very much.
Many thanks, Elisabeth, for this testimony on how GenderSMART project induced institutional changes at CIRAD, and to give perspectives on how making this sustainable beyond the project. Well, we will move now to the keynote speech, and I am pleased to invite Marcela Linkova to come to stage. Marcela is head of the Center for Gender and Science at the Institute of Sociology of the Czech Academy of Sciences. Marcela will give a talk on change of mind and change of heart, gender equality plans as a tool for institutional change. Marcela, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I need to. So good morning, everyone. I'm not sure about how the slides are working, but if I can ask for the next slide.
No, you can go
with this.
Yes.
Is this
Ah, right. Okay, great. So I need to go back now. Sorry. Well, in any case, it's a great pleasure and honor to address you here this morning at the final conference of GenderSMART. Here we are, approaching the end of the project together in a situation that is very much different from when we started, and I will address this momentarily. With my colleagues Hanna Tenglerová and Katarina Slezáková, we have been the technical partner in the project responsible for external monitoring and evaluation. And I want to say that it's really a huge privilege to accompany institutions on this extremely challenging path of institutional change. And today I want to address some of the changes in the conditions in which we work, the areas where change can be achieved perhaps faster, and those that are more difficult. But to start, I want to address some of the ways in which our world has changed. So last week, 2 young men, gay men, Matúš and Juraj, were murdered in Bratislava, Slovakia. This hate crime really shook me. These things happen in the US, in other parts of the world, not here. And I grew up in Czechoslovakia, so to me this was as if it happened at home. The unimaginable has happened, but then the experts on extremism agree that it is not all that surprising given the amount of hate speech in public space coming from public figures, politicians, becoming normalized and setting the standard for what can be thought and said. We are reminded that language matters and that hate speech kills. And with this, I come to the first message that must be stressed and stressed again. Intersectionality is key. The intersectional approach to theoretical underpinnings of our change efforts must be there from the start. And of course, this is very difficult because we can see in some institutions, to some people, putting the gender as such without additional areas among the areas that need attention is difficult enough. What next? Will we be dealing with the representation of left-handed people in science? This is one iteration of what I get sometimes interacting with institutions. So we really need to think harder how to do this, with which institutional actors and partners to build alliances, how from the start to integrate them in the effort, which messages and concrete examples and activities to integrate into what is being developed, and how to ensure collaborations that do not create new tensions, threaten invisibilization, and subsuming of intersectional agendas. And this, unfortunately, continues to be a major challenge. Another aspect that I want to mention relates to the non-linearity of the institutional change process. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, 1 year into our project, it created huge uncertainty. And for some time, it almost made us stop in our tracks. Activities were suspended at the institutions mobilized to manage what was happening, taking the challenge of moving to online teaching, everyone managing to work from home, taking care of children, homeschooling. For some of our colleagues, those whose partners were the frontliners, the challenge was not just about managing schedules, it brought additional challenge of separation, worry, and stress. And in our monitoring work, we can clearly see the effect of this reflected in the partners' satisfaction with the JEP implementation process. At the beginning, there was this really, initial optimistic period. And then the pandemic plunged the JEP implementation satisfaction scores in spring 2021 really deep. But gradually, these scores have worked their way up again, and they are peaking now in the last round of the assessment that we made. So emerging from the pandemic, I can say our partners are stronger in various aspects of the implementation process. So it is important to remind ourselves that apart from being a challenge, the pandemic has also opened up a number of windows of opportunity and allowed us to move faster on some deadlocked issues related to remote or agile work, work-life balance, the attention to mental health of staff and students, or flexible work hour arrangements. So I think that we are coming out good from this. But just as we were starting to see things in more rosy colors again, hopeful, Russia invaded Ukraine and the war started. So now we're more than 200 days into the war, witnessing horrors of human rights abuses and gendered violence. And we have had to deal with a surge of migration, with women and children especially fleeing the war. The educational systems, including higher education and research institutions, have started to act. So it's really great to see that we have Marie Curie for Ukraine, and we need to continue this at the EU level, at member state level, integrating and cooperating with Ukraine's researchers. And around this, I cannot help but seeing that the response to Russia's aggression in the US is anything but confirmation of the importance of our EU project, of working together to deliver strong action and messages, and an opportunity to further policy coordination around important issues. And I hope that gender equality will continue to be among these. So all this is to say that during the lifetime of GenderSMART, we have come to live in a different world. But despite the horrors and difficulties, it is in a way more hopeful and optimistic situation for gender equality. But it also reminds us that we're on a path and that it will be always a matter of contestation to move forward. Progress is not guaranteed. So for the EU policy for gender equality in research and innovation, really, we have moved quite a bit. In 2019, really, there was a huge threat of backsliding and pushback from some member states. Now in 2021, and we just heard from Anastasia, gender equality is confirmed as a priority in the renewed European research area. We have Action 5, and we have very important new topics on the agenda: intersectionality, gender-based violence. So this is good. For institutional change, we have moved from the fact that few projects are funded per year to do this with few institutions. Now we have the JEP eligibility criterion in Horizon Europe with mandatory building blocks, the thematic areas, and I will stress this again, the importance of the checks by the European Commission, because we really need to drive this home and make the best of this opportunity. It will not be repeated. And then, as I said already, intersectionality. So now we will have a center of excellence, and I'm sure that all of us will continue to this work. And gender-based violence is coming up more prominently to the issue, to the front. I mean, after the initial work that we did in the standing working group, now it's in the ERA action, and the Czech presidency is organizing a conference next month in Prague to take this further. And I really hope that we can, with the findings from UNICEF and the outputs that it will be developing. So with these developments at the EU level, as well as the actions taken by the national authorities, the system has become highly layered. When we were starting out, we were in a situation where the EU funding was spearheading the change, incentivizing institutions to get in motion. And again, what we witnessed during GenderSMART, the landscape expanded and became more difficult to navigate, especially for some institutions. In some countries, new national requirements have been adopted in recent years, such as in Spain. And the national JEP requirements do not always overlap 100% with the JEPs developed in the projects, in line with the ERA objectives. And this can create tension due to the extreme time constraints, which can put the responsible change agents in difficult situations, having to navigate whether to focus on the national requirements or the project needs. And toward the end of the project, this has become further complicated by the JEP eligibility criterion. And the 4 building blocks are really not such a problem necessarily, especially as concerns the leadership commitment and publication of the JEP, and the capacity building and training activities, because these are solidly embedded, I would say, in pretty much all the projects are a precondition. But the issue of resourcing and data collection and monitoring is not as clearly cut. We can see that setting up an internal monitoring and evaluation system with indicators must be regarded as one of the continued challenges. And similarly, the issue of securing continued resources, both human and financial, is often a negotiating hurdle. So I think that one really clear result, and I think that we have just heard really greatly from the CEO of CIRAT about this, is that the dedicated attention to gender equality, which the institutional change projects bring, really make change happen. So where we see some of the greatest impact of the project rests in agenda setting at the institutional level. The core implementing teams are able to put the issue on the table. They build traffic around it in cooperation with other stakeholders. They positively affect the ways gender equality issues are discussed and contribute to more inclusive communication overall. And all this increases their traction in their institution, becoming important and recognized players. And so I think that these are really huge accomplishments in their own right. What I want to do now is to look at some of the areas where we can see greater advancement, which are perhaps a little easier to achieve in institutional change, and those that are slower. I will be making reference or use of impact drivers, which is a tool that builds on original work done by Yellow Window and then developed by us in GenderSMART, where we combine the impact drivers model with the actor mobilization model developed by Knowledge and Innovation. This work was further then taken up in Casper project, so now we have a revised impact driver model with 12 impact drivers. But I will be working with what we originally developed in GenderSMART. So one thing that is really clear and perhaps not as surprising is the leadership commitment. This is one of the things that is often there, must be there at the beginning. And in GenderSMART, we could see that this continued to be throughout the highest ranked factor that contributed to keeping the JEPs on track. I mean, we could hear yesterday in our panel discussion that this is not always so, especially when there's institutional change. But when there's that stability, we can see that this is really something that helps to move things forward at the institutional level. And not only in terms of the leadership commitment, but also their engagement with the process. The second, and this I think speaks to the nature of the institutional change process, is the expansion of the transformational agent network. I mean, this is the crucial precondition for this becoming embedded, becoming part and parcel of the institutions. And so this, I think, will not come as a surprise that this aspect starts slow, because there's a core team, there's the leadership committed, but there's usually not much traction around that core team to do this. So this score really is not, as advanced at the start of the project. What we could see in GenderSMART is this score really go highly up, but we had a huge drop again when the pandemic hit. And I'm really happy to see that this has changed. What I have observed, and not only in GenderSMART but previously, is perhaps sometimes the missed opportunity of engaging with students. Students are a huge and magnificent force, and they can mobilize to help the gender equality agenda. especially on issues that are close to their heart, such as gender-based violence, for example. And we have seen this in previous projects or other sister projects. We are seeing it now in the Czech Republic because we are dealing with cases, and hopefully we will move the agenda there. So I think that students often remain the untapped resource, and some projects are doing this better, but I think overall we need to keep in mind that student engagement should be there from the start. Another aspect where we can see quite a bit of movement is gender-sensitive routines and practices and the institutionalization of gender equality structures, which perhaps is not, again, very surprising because the projects need to come away at the end with some sort of institutionalization of gender equality officers, units, etc. And again, not surprisingly, these two scores start usually really low, but thanks to the dedicated funding, they can really get on track and start moving. So with this, I want to say that the change can happen more easily at the operational level of institutional change, as well as the symbolic level, and perhaps to some extent, but more slowly, at the institutional level. What remains an issue is the interpretative level of change, with the increased capacity to drive change, but also access to gender expertise, which is quite surprising because the capacity building and training that is developed in the projects should lead precisely to this, should develop the capacities of the institutions to do this, and should have access to expertise. And so this is something really for us to look into in more depth, but also for us to consider what are the constraints that make this happen less or to lesser extent. So I'm coming now to the key takeaways. Again, returning to the top leadership and management. So we have recognized this for the long time as being really crucial because the leadership sets the tone and can motivate, they can also impose. And what I think is really important to recognize, and it's one of the lessons that I'm taking away from this experience, is that people in decision-making positions, in leadership positions, they respond to different things. Different things make them tick compared to the core team. And so when we have the gender perspective deeply embedded in ourselves, our hearts are in the change process because of equality and human rights, for example. But this really may be different for the people in other positions that may be linked to reputational or prestige issues or institutional visibility. And so it's really important to reflect on and work with the different factors that can win the hearts of the institutional leadership if gender equality wins primarily their minds at the outset, as it often does. The second aspect is the internal stakeholder engagement that I want to return to. Part of our monitoring and evaluation task, we had planned to conduct on-site visits, and clearly because of the COVID pandemic, we had to do these in the last year of the project. It has been tremendous pleasure, and I have to say that what they make clear is that there's real interest and potential engagement if gender equality agenda issues are discussed in safe spaces, openly and without judgment. That people are really genuinely interested how their institutions work, how they can contribute to make them work better, and how motivated they are to engage when they are listened to. And we have heard testimonies yesterday from gearing roles, and a lot of discussion about co-creation, openness, participatory techniques. This all speaks to this. And I think that it's clear that people really care about the places where they work. So these experiences underscore just how crucial it is to build alliances and engage with various stakeholders from early on, and that a person can be surprised how motivating and supporting and nourishing this can be. The third thing that I want to mention is the time intensity. You will probably all recognize just how time-intensive the change process is and how underestimated it can get when the change process is approached as a project technically planned. which is how the institutional change projects, of course, are designed as technical projects. So we must work much more with the time intensity needed to win people over, and that it requires huge emotional engagement on the part of the people who carry out the project. And again, this is something that we touched upon yesterday. Time is the resource that has repeatedly scored the lowest among the resources in our monitoring in GenderSMART. And we must be really careful here because it ties directly to the issues of mental well-being and hygiene, which I also mentioned yesterday in the round table. So I will conclude now with the importance of sustenance and collaboration. I mean, it is emotional to do this. It's about values, it's about visions, but it's also about uncertainties and fears. And we really need to take care that people on the implementing team have time and resources for self-care, because without that, they cannot take care of the institutions of the change process itself. And so with this, I really want to thank heartily to all our colleagues who have engaged and congratulate them on the achievements in their jobs. And I also want to thank very much my colleagues Hannah and Katarina for accompanying me on this journey, and to Ludmergert and Marina Kakache for the wonderful work on the impact drivers. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Marcela, for your interesting talk and for giving these key messages and key highlights that make institutional changes a reality. We'll move now to the first roundtable, focusing on the share of GenderSMART experience, institutional changes in agriculture and food science. This panel will be moderated by Maxime Forest. Maxime. Maxime will present the panelists.
Okay, so while everyone is sitting, let me introduce this first panel. We have roughly 1 hour 25 to spend together, which looks a lot, but actually the panel is pretty packed because we're going to have an introductory speech by another Institute of Sociology member, Katarina Slezakova. We will present about the cross-analysis of the gender equality plan implemented by GenderSMART partner. Following the introduction, we're going to have 4 panelists from 4 partner institutions of the project, starting with Emma Fogarty from Tegusk, Ireland. We will present about developing gender values for her institution. Jean-Michel Cerisseau from CIRAD in Montpellier will present about the community of practice on gender in research content that has been established in this institution. And Margret van den Berg from Wageningen University in the Netherlands will present about the integration of gender plus into research through collaboration and expert trainings around grant proposal writing. And last but not least, Panayota Policarpou from the Technical University of Cyprus will present about the awareness raising activities carried out in our institution. And to discuss those presentations, we have two luxury discussants, Christine Verschoor from the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies, at the end of the table over there, and Maria San Giuliano from Smart Venice, Italy. And I will take a little part also in the discussion, I guess, I hope so. So without further delay, I will call Katarina Slezakova from ISAS Prague to take the floor. Thank you.
So hello, everyone. I would like to kindly ask for my presentation to be put on. Oh, perfect. Okay, so it's already there. Hello. I will jump right into it because we have a panel following this presentation, so I want to give everyone enough time to actually express themselves further on. So as you know, JEPs are now an eligibility criterion for Horizon Europe program that has been mentioned several times yesterday and today. And moreover, it is expected that the Commission is going to develop a certificating system to evaluate whether JEP is actually a living document that is being implemented. In this presentation, I am taking what we know so far from the European Commission guidance on gender equality plans and applying that to the plans that have been developed within the GenderSMART project. So thus, for this presentation, I kind of assume the position of potential external reviewer that starts the evaluation process, most probably with documentary analysis. So please consider what I present here are only preliminary results that can develop with further analysis. Because I only have 10 minutes, I am going to walk you through I'm not going to walk you through the entirety of the presentation, but I just picked 4 interesting points that maybe stir up the discussion in the panel as well, hopefully. So this is just briefly about how I approached analysis. To create the analytical template for this task, I predominantly utilized the Horizon Europe guidance on gender equality plans, which kind of combines mandatory building blocks, which are process-related, and then thematic ones, which are recommended. Thus, although we have also collected other types of data, especially during monitoring calls and on-site visits, here I only consider the JEPs themselves and closely related documents such as indicator lists or monitoring and evaluation documents and procedures. Now, I could not fit the point number 1 in one slide, so here it is, divided into 2 slides. For mandatory building blocks, I created a simplified template, so there are 4 building blocks overall, and each of which has several indicators. Here we can see building blocks 1 and 4. So number 1 is committed to public confirmation and approval of the gender equality plan by the top management, and also dissemination of the information and communication from the institution. And the second one focuses on training and capacity building. Now, we can see that the blocks 1 and 4 presented on the slide here relate to soft type of measures, such as communication and capacity building. And with one tiny exception, all the partners managed to present these aspects of their JEPs in their JEPs quite well. Now, the second part of point number 1. I have to move also this one. So here you can see the mandatory building blocks 2 and 4, which relate to dedicated resources and data collection and monitoring. So to say, these 2 mandatory requirements relate to accountability and sustainability of the gender equality plans. And these are fulfilled to much lesser extent than the ones relating to soft types of measures. You can see that I also used a sort of orange color in here. So the colors simply you can understand them as well as traffic lights. That means the green ones are clearly fulfilled, and the orange ones relate to situation where, for example, there was some sort of annual or regular collection of data mentioned in the plan relating to part of the plan, not the plan as a whole or to a specific measure. Now, Now let's discuss the recommended blocks that relate to specific topics. So these are organizational culture, work-life balance, recruitment and career development, leadership and decision-making, and gender balance, gender-based violence, I couldn't remember, sorry, and sexual harassment. So here we can see the distribution of the measures overall. So I took all the measures of all the partners in all the JEBs, and I kind of categorized them. And what we can see is that 37% of all measures relate to organizational culture, while the second category is half as represented, which is recruitment and career progression. I find this interesting especially because in organizational culture, we only have, or I recognized based on the guidance of the European Commission, only 8 types of measures, while within the recruitment and career progression, there are 25 types of measures. So this makes it even more interesting. You can also see that the kind of distribution is pretty much represented in all the JEBs. There are minor differences, but it pretty much copies the overall pie chart that you can see there. Now, point number 3 relates to distribution of activities within a thematic building block. So the chart presented here is actually related to leadership and decision-making. All partners have included activities tackling gender biases, so that's the third highest kind of pile, but only 3 partners have included at least one type of measure in the area of policies. I find this interesting because the area of policies consists of types of measures such as affirmative action or reviewing the selection process into decision-making bodies and so on. So considering this, we could also categorize the gender biases within organizational culture. And if we did that, we would find there are very few actual measures relating to decision-making and leadership. Now, my last point relates to gender-based violence and sexual harassment. There are, as you can see, 2 implementing partners that have no measures relating to gender-based violence and sexual harassment. This might be stemming from 2 sources. One is that in the work packages of GenderSMART project, sexual harassment is only marginally mentioned within the organizational culture. The second explanation could also be that the institutions already have policies in place. That would be the better situation, obviously, to tackle sexual harassment, but it is not apparent from their plans. So when a reviewer, an external person, looks through the plans, it might seem that the topic is completely missing. So, to sum it up, very briefly, overall, the most covered thematic area in the JEBs of implementing partners in GenderSMART project is organizational culture, tackling gender biases. The least covered thematic building blocks is sexual harassment and gender-based violence. Thus, it should be paid attention to when preparing follow-up JEBs or next JEBs in the future by partners. This division, sort of, between the soft and hard types of policies is also reflected in the mandatory building blocks, which I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, where all indicators relating to publicity of the gender equality plans and capacity buildings are fulfilled, while blocks related to resources and accountability are lacking. So we see when it comes to breaking the bread, JEBs appear to lose a little bit of courage and ambition, which actually reminds me of yesterday's keynote speech by Victoria relating to actually leaving your seat. But bear in mind that all the JEBs prepared within the GenderSMART project were prepared before we had any guidance of this sort by the European Commission, and before it was even established as a mandatory or as an eligibility criterion. So hopefully, once this analysis is finished, it will serve the implementing partners and maybe some others in the future as inspiration and maybe even leverage when negotiating the next JEBs with the top management of their institutions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Katarina, and thank you very much as well for keeping an eye on the time, which I will ask also to the next presenter, Emma Fogarty.
Thank you, Maxime. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today to talk to you about, let me just move it on there, developing, oh yeah, it hasn't all appeared, but anyway, we're talking about developing gender equality values for Teagasc, which took place as part of work package 3 of the project, which is building a gender equality culture. So core values are the shared beliefs that guide decisions and behaviours as people conduct their day-to-day work and interactions. And I will momentarily explain to you the process of formally and collectively designing our values. But first, I would like to outline our core values. So they are, as you can see there on the screen, equal opportunities, so that everybody within the organisation shall have an equal opportunity to achieve their potential. Secondly, there shall be no barriers, and we will ensure that there are no barriers to achieving gender equality within the organisation. And the third core value that we developed is active inclusion, and that means that we will ensure that all voices in the organisation are heard and that all staff are empowered to share their views and ideas. So these values are accompanied by these behavioural statements, and that's important. So with regard to how we developed this practice, we designed a creative and participatory approach to analysing our organisational culture in Teagasc. A number of internal gender values workshops were held with senior and middle management, and different techniques were used to produce the final values and those accompanying behavioural statements. With regard to the different techniques that we use, some of them are there on screen. We use storyboards and the cultural web exercise, which was really interesting. So we examined the stories and the symbols and the rituals and power structures within the organisation. And it was really interesting and instructive to discover that there were no logos or stories involving women in the organisation, and that the narrative needed to change. So some of the other techniques we used were the lotus blossom technique, which we were previously unfamiliar with, but which was kindly recommended by Maxime, and yellow window. And that involved some brainstorming and building ideas around a central theme, and then breaking those down into deeper sub-themes. So you can see some of the workshops and the work that was carried out there on screen. So yes, there were a number of facilitating factors with regard to the development of our gender values. What Elizabeth, your CEO from CIRAD, said early resonated with me in that prior to 2018, when we celebrated our first International Women's Day, It was just that gender hadn't really been spoken of, it had been unthought of, it wasn't necessarily that it was a negative or a positive. So that celebration really increased the awareness in the organisation of the lack of supports for women in progressing their careers. So as a result, a gender equality audit was carried out, which involved looking at the data and carrying out focus groups and interviews with senior management and other staff members across the organisation. So the engagement and support of middle and senior management was a real facilitator in developing our core gender equality values, as was the support and guidance of our GenderSMART project partners. So as to Katrina's really insightful presentation, the publication of our GEP at the end of last year really was an instrument for change in Teagasc. It was a real milestone in our journey towards achieving gender equality, and it helped to give us a platform to publicise and promote our gender equality values further. As to the challenges, firstly, well, the obvious challenge in making our gender equality values a reality was resistance from certain staff and stakeholders because, well, change is never easy. So it was essential that we continued to communicate our gender equality values, communicate and communicate again, and we used every opportunity to reinforce this message. In order to assist with this, we developed our Gender Equality Values logo, which we're really proud of, actually. And it has been really instrumental in strategically implementing this action. And it is now included in all our corporate communications and our recruitment documentation. Finally, coming to the sustainability of this good practice, well, the tone from the top is essential, and our director, Professor Franco Mara, who unfortunately cannot be here today, was instrumental in setting that tone. He never misses an opportunity to restate our gender values and to remind staff of the importance of the GenderSMART project. We have an internal communications platform where we update staff and again communicate to staff the importance of our core gender values and progress on the project. Our logo is prominently displayed on our public website and, as I stated previously, on all corporate communications. In fact, just last week, our director had the opportunity to highlight our gender equality values and the actions and progress that we have made under the project to members of government at the Teagasc annual briefing. So that was earlier in October. And these are all contributing to the sustainability of our gender values. So lastly, just in the last week, while we already had our gender-sensitive communication guidelines in place, we had a webinar to formally launch these guidelines and to inform staff further. And this is really integral to contributing to build a gender-balanced and inclusive culture in Teagasc and ensuring that our communications align with our core gender values and behavioural statements. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. I will call Jean-Michel from CIRAD to present about the community of practice on introducing the gender perspective in research. And from your side, keep track of all your questions, because there is a long tunnel of presentation before we move to the discussion. And we would like to have your inputs as well at the end. Please go on.
Okay, hello everybody. Well, talking about this community of practice with the aim to integrate more gender into research. Well, we assume at the real beginning that in CIRAD, and it has been said, that regarding gender sensibility in research, we are moving in a, let's say, skeptical or self-censor environment. It's quite difficult. So therefore, we decided to adopt a bottom-up scientific strategy. And we formulated the benefits of gender integration in research, not as a postulate, but as an hypothesis. And so we built the community of practice in order to verify this hypothesis. We started from CIRAD experiences and in priority, and that is very important. We try to address the core business of our research unit and project, not being too generic and too normative. The community of practice will built on the voluntary basis, of course, and as the objective was to match with CIRAD missions, we encourage diversity in the COP and representation and topics. And we formulated two main objectives, two main goals: promoting collective learning and documenting a diverse way of being gender smart. Some achievements. So we now gather more than 70 researchers and staff support. This is important, not only researchers, but only staff support, which seems not that much regarding the 1,600 CIRAD employees. But what is important is not the number, it's the power or leverage of the people. And the idea was not to embark everybody. And this number is growing fast. We organized 15 workshops during the project, and we based most of these workshops on 12 case studies at project level, really at the core of the work of the people. And we developed also an online resource depository, which is more and more visited and which is lively by now. And we now have an increasing institutional visibility, and the members of the community of practice are much more invited to contribute to scientific facilitations meeting, but both at the unit level and at the project level. And these members of the community also have more and more demands from CIRAD support services, mostly at the beginning of the project to integrate gender at the beginning, but also during the monitoring and the evaluation of the project ongoing. And most important, we think, and we have this kind of return for the community, we validated our first hypothesis that the gender integration is benefits for the research. It would take too long to explain all what we did, but most of our working sessions were dedicated to the analysis of the case studies, of the 12 case studies. And we used this very nice wheel of the project that is very well known in the project from our partners. I hope you have already seen it. And when we try to examine at different steps of the project if and how gender was integrated, what were the obstacles, the difficulties, and also the achievements, and also the impact of the project all around the cycle. And then we report on the project using these three-dimension frameworks there, and we consider the impact of the project first, positioning the project between a gradient from gender blind to gender transformative project. At the beginning, we didn't want to include a governance axis there, but ongoing, it was quite imposed to us, and because the correlation between gender governance of the project and gender content of the project is an evidence, and we had to take this, so we put an axis on this. And we added a last axis describing the nature of the knowledge that was produced or expected to be produced from blindness to gender, to sex data and analysis, and to gender relation. And with this, with capitalized learnings, and I should say not really good practices, but perhaps better say good alerts when implementing the project in a GenderSMART perspective. I reach now to the challenges, and among the challenges, the process is very time-consuming. It has already been said, and it's very important, and colleagues' availability may be a problem in the long run. At the beginning, it's quite easy, people are interested and so on, but if you don't get into their own interest, then the time-consuming aspect could be very important, and it's really an alert on this from the community of practice. Another challenge is also to deal with this connection between governance and the focus and method implemented into the project. When you are talking about project, you are talking about teams, you are talking about people coming from different culture, from different horizon, from different perspective. And this question of maintaining gender issues both in the governance and in the subject, is quite a challenge for us. Another challenge is training. We benefit at the real beginning of very general and generic training. It was very useful for us to begin, but now really it's a problem, and it's a question also to the project. We miss very adapted, very tailor-made training to help us to go further. But the main challenge remains constancy and perseverance. I would like to say in the Lewis Carroll book, Through the Looking Glass, perhaps some of you have read it, the Red Queen and Alice, they have to run to stay in the same place. And we feel that we are in the skeptical and self-censor environment. We are like the Red Queen world, the Red Queen one. And if we want to progress, really, we have to run at least twice as fast as we are running now. And that's why we think important to sustain the dynamic. And for that, we propose different things. And this is an institutional inside CIRAD. But first, we recommend to rewrite the CIRAD strategic documents in a more GenderSMART perspective. This could be accompanied by hiring critical number of gender specialists and by efforts in making more visible CIRAD's achievement in GenderSMART researchers. Second, and this is really important for us, we recommend to address research units level. And we want to invite teams to become more GenderSMART in their ambitions, in their programming document, and also in their everyday life and everyday scientific facilitation. Third, we want to insist also on the level of the project. And we recommend to mobilize CIRAD experience and skill in the monitoring of its project's impact. CIRAD has developed a toolkit to anticipate and monitor its project impact. This toolkit is called IMPRESS. And we recommend that this toolkit that is not gender sensitive today, we suggest to adapt it and notably ex ante the project to better integrate gender dimension in the impact pathway and then to monitor the impacts in a GenderSMART way. Then transversality is really very important, and the transversality of gender integration may be guaranteed by the institutionalization of something like a community of practice, but it could have another form, with a clear status and resource in CIRAD governance. This is important. Institutionalization means also time, and so means and money. And we believe that if we can achieve this change, that are not such a huge change in our institution, then with the support of all the collective forces that emerges from the GenderSMART project, then like Alice, perhaps we can run twice as fast as now.
Thanks, Jean-Michel, and congratulations to the conveners for organizing the flow of the presentation, because we see several things emerging for the later discussion, reflecting the priority given in GenderSMART, at least at the level of the JEBs, to organizational culture, to impacting organizational culture, as it was put by Katharina. We see that this can be done through different channels, but notably through working on values. And this has been the case at TIGASC, but not only, because as you mentioned, Jean-Michel, by focusing on the core business of researcher, which is delivering research and knowledge, and that's the other channel, you can also impact the values of the organization through different governance documents and processes. That focus on the gender in research aspect, we will follow up with Margret van der Burg from Wageningen University and Research in the Netherlands, presenting about similar but quite different approach to the topic.
Yeah, I would like to add on the research as well, if my PowerPoint can be shown. Or how? Yeah, and I think it's also important to realize It's not yet in the mandatory blocks of the JEP, but it's certainly a very important part of it, and it's also under the recommendations of Europe to work on the integration of gender dimensions into research and education. So that's why I probably also looked for a good practice in that sense. And well, I think we as Wageningen were in kind of luxury position that we had some people working on gender in several departments, also in HRM, but also in research and education. But we encountered the problem, we were not taken seriously, we were not listened to, we were more or less very marginalized. So when GenderSMART came up and we started to advertise, all of a sudden the people came up and popped up and took initiative for new courses in their teaching, for a PhD course, for getting things started. And for me, as a gray old woman from the 80s already working on that, I thought I will just support them because it has to be continued afterwards. And one of the interesting things I would highlight here today is that working through the grant proposals in the institutions, and mainly for Wageningen, it's very important. We even have a big grant office, kind of matchmaking between researchers and funders. With a corporate support office, those people go everywhere where there is something about funding. And for each department, we have a different office as well. So if you want to submit a proposal, you always have to have their stamp. They check the finances, etc. And of course, they collect a lot of information. But the information is rather technical, how to better optimize your chances to get the proposal than content-wise. And all these proposals going through the decks, they're not really sorted or accessible. It's a kind of secret to not be shared because you could pick an idea of the other one. So it was quite exciting for me. These were actually quite strengthened because the funding is at least 1/3. There are all other ways to get external funding as well, and but especially for the external calls and competition. And all of a sudden, with the requirement of Rise in Europe, they came to me and said, what shall we do? Do we have a gender equality plan? They were not aware. And how can we support to get gender dimension in the proposal writing? So there's a spelling mistake. They asked me to give some information in their information sessions for half an hour to explain around gender and JEPs. And of course, for the GenderSMART, we had a gender equality plan, but we called it a bit different in those days. So we could say, yes, it's there. But by going along with it, we do, me and also with checkers, we developed a checklist for all the important areas as selected. And we saw this circle already by yellow windows, and we added to it. We added 2 points, having learned from another deliverable on international partnerships. So to actually start from the beginning with partners to talk about how do we work, how do we want to approach gender equality, but also gender plus equality in an intersectional way, and how do we evaluate at the end, because that's not in a normal procedure. But also for the contents, we went through all the parts of these circle. What kind of questions could you answer, and how can you be helped to address those gender issues? Following from that, of course, we were called, and we always invited people. We can give personal advice, and it's rather interesting. Wageningen is all about agriculture, food sciences, so we can help each other very well. And then, of course, these questions were around what is the social context? Where do you think is impact? Where are the indirect impacts? So you could put in the gender plus dimension in quite few fields they did not think really of, but yeah, just to support them. But I also did an analysis, and I think that's important to mention here, what was actually done through the last 4 years in the proposal writing. And they were so kind to share, because I already said, it's a kind of secret. And the officers were also interested in what kind of evaluations that you get, and I was interested too, of course. So I did 14 granted proposals by the Wageningen as a coordinator. And I made a kind of graph that I can explain later if you want. What we really found is that the evaluators hardly gave well-based, founded comments. But one, and that was a comment, they're nothing about power relations. So that might have been a gender expert. But the others were, yeah, it's addressed, but not very elaborated, or they didn't even mention in the evaluation reports. The proposals, on the other hand, they had a kind of goodwill feeling. We want to address aspects, and they had mostly when they had participatory methods that they wanted to take in men and women in equal portions, but also with the stakeholders, but not more than that. So it's very poor elaborated, nothing about concepts. The big data they used, when I asked them what can you address gender, there was not enough information there, so there's a lot to be worked on in this specific field to also allow people to really integrate gender in their proposals. The facilitating factors are quite easy. There was the European Horizon program, and that was really helpful to open up the minds to actually listen. We were all there, but there was not listened to us. The external funding, that's important, but also that it's very for the performance assessments in the tenure track, people have to show they really got grants. So there is also an incentive for them to really work on it. So the challenges is, of course, the targeting. Well, the officer sessions were a good way to target, to start with. This is found important if you get to hear it in that official information sessions. But it was a short time, only 30 minutes. And the analysis showed there's room for improvement, so that is what we should work on more on concept methods, analysis, and impact assessment that are really useful for this integration, tackling bias in those concepts, and that's what we want to do, to institutionalize an advice and support structure and an implementation in the work procedure, like having more modules, criteria, and peer labs. And then I come to my last. The sustainability follows out of that. Integration in the existing sessions should be kept. Availability of guides should be well spread, and people known to give some explanation if needed. And it should, we think it can be expanded to all research and project proposals, to start with PhD proposals. They have to be assessed all before admitting to the research schools, so that would be a good start. And yeah, I know, this is the last thing. So you make me nervous only. And yeah, so, and of course the evaluation expertise within Europe Horizon. I know they're working on it, but it's very important to work together, because officers also say, well, when it's not evaluated, why should we bother? That was it for me.
Thank you, Margaret. And we have one more panelist before moving to discussion, Panayota Policarpou from the Technical University of Cyprus, about awareness raising actions.
So, hello everyone. So on behalf of Cyprus University of Technology, I will be talking about the actions that took place relating to raising awareness about equality and inclusion, focusing mostly on how our day-to-day interactions can be more inclusive. So one of the activities that took place was addressing the lack of, Okay, I'll keep it here and then I'll move on. Thanks, Marun. So one of the activities that took place was addressing the lack of awareness about gender equality issues in general, within the community of staff, students, but also outside of the university. And as the CEO of CIRAT mentioned before, it was before the introduction of GenderSMART at the university. It was a topic that we were rarely think about, talk about, or run activities and awareness actions around it. So there was research conducted for gender equality and inclusion before, but because we're in a technological university, that was rarely seen. Therefore, we wanted to raise awareness and encourage the mobilization in our everyday interactions. And what we did was introducing a radio show at CAT's radio station. And the show was named Cut It Out, How to Cut Out Bias and Discrimination from Your Life. And during the show that was presented every week, a new topic was introduced, focusing on basic definitions, but also different challenges that everyone face related to gender equality. We had 2 seasons. In the second season of the show, members of the academic and administrative staff of the university were coming as guests, but also external experts that had experience on the particular issues were invited to share their experience. But what we wanted to highlight, it was what Marcela mentioned before, the importance of promoting the internal gender expertise of an institution, that there is likely, you can imagine in a technological university, is less, but there is. So the show also wanted to promote the existence expertise in the particular area. Now, a series of awareness activities also took place in the framework of the radio show, such as a competition that was giving as an award a gender equality related book to a lucky student. And another example was the promotion of women researchers that are working at the university, followed by a series of interviews at the CAT radio, and women researchers, but also in general in academia, were interviewed also from around Europe that are partners of GenderSMART, that are members of the staff of the partners of GenderSMART. What we wanted to highlight as an important factor that facilitated the success of the particular practice was the fact that the community of the university was actively participated during the interviews on the particular show, but also the fact that the topics were presented in an informal way, I could say. It was helping everyone, the audience, to understand the topic, but also to understand how they can be mobilized and adopt inclusive practices in their everyday interactions. So through these activities, through these episodes and activities that we were implementing, a critical mass of change makers in the student community, but also in the staff, was identified. And that was important for us in order to know which audience we can mobilize and create a critical mass for culture shift towards inclusion. Now, regarding the sustainability of the actions, A series of awareness actions and activities were included in the new equality plan that were promoting an inclusive culture, but also because of the CAT radio station is usually run by students. We've seen that the last 2 seasons, new shows were introduced that were addressing issues related to social responsibility and gender equality in general. Therefore, there has been shift towards the topic that the students started promoting after the particular show, but also the fact that inclusive language was introduced during the shows and etc. So that's all from our side, and we remain at your disposal in case you have any other question regarding the particular practice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Panayota, and now we can finally move to discussing your presentation, and for that we have like 2 overqualified people on board, Maria San Giuliano and Christine Verschure. So may I invite Christine perhaps first to comment, to share?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to share this. I will improvise a little bit since I didn't know in depth the presentations. And I would have so much to say. I will try to keep it short, and probably there is also Q&A session. So first of all, I'm impressed by the very rich presentations and to see how much strength a network gets when it works together as a network. And this international dimension, this support of an international organization, how much strength it gives to go forward. I wanted to go back to some ideas that I wanted to share that are maybe above or next to what you have thought, discussed. Is maybe first remember what gender is. Gender is, because we're talking of GenderSMART, but we should not forget that gender is above all a tool of analysis, and that is a way of expressing power relations. And I think that came out very clearly also from the presentations. It's really about power, that how can we change these power relations? So we have to move at different levels to change that. The second thing is gender. When we talk about gender, we always think gender plus, as some mentioned, several, I must say. So integrate intersectionality in those thoughts, and I think it's so important not to forget about that dimension and to include race, ethnicity, age, origin, belongings, and also decolonial thoughts. What are the thoughts on these issues coming from the global south? I also wanted to remind us all about the constant reluctance on using gender. I mean, the numbers are interesting, what you mentioned. I mean, for instance, CIRAD, 70 people participated, which is huge in a way, but compared to the whole amount of people, it's not so huge. And we have to be reminded of the resistance and the possible backlash that we'll constantly have on these issues. And I think this work is very important because it's part of the struggle against this backlash. The second thing I wanted to say is remember, and it is shown also in the presentations, that progress is made through alliances also with feminist movements, through the pressure that feminist movements exert, through the knowledge that they produce, through the pressure of students. Some mentioned it also, students that are wanting to see change, but also with alliances with feminist researchers and with feminists in donor organizations or big institutions that support, for instance, this project. So this makes progress possible, which doesn't mean that we cannot have, at the same time, a backlash. So what does it change, in fact? Maybe we should reflect about that. What does it change to have this gender in the research institutions? I think we should not forget that one of the further than including women in and women and marginalized persons in research institutions in their institution, in top management, in their progress in careers, it's about changing the knowledge that we are producing in general, on agriculture, on education, on history, on diplomacy, on social sciences. So what we need to show with these changes is that this helps renewing theories, renewing knowledge. And I was a bit astonished by the cipher that was mentioned by the person of the EU. I don't remember, see where she is, where she showed less than 2% of the production had a gender dimension in it. So I think this is something that we have to reflect on. And obviously it's not the main purpose of what you presented here, but I think it would be very interesting to show also to what extent is it included in the research, and in the research of all researchers. I mean, no discipline, no field of research cannot have this gender dimension. And all what we're doing here is to go towards there, so to renew theories and knowledge in a substantive way. Otherwise, not only is it a waste, but we are sharing a distorted version of reality. So I think, for instance, in agriculture, it's quite obvious, since CIRAD works mostly on agriculture, and I would like to point on those aspects, how much knowledge is ignored because it is produced but not valued by marginalized small women peasants. How much knowledge on biodiversity, on practices, on agroecology, on food sovereignty is ignored. So obviously this should be included. How much knowledge on the work, on the concept of work also, has been distorted because we did not include this feminist perspective. So I think it's important to produce knowledge where we show how much including gender, including a feminist perspective, changes completely our view, not only empirically, but theoretically, for instance, on the concept of work. So obviously all the work that is produced here by these different institutions, all this project is about trying to change the gender bias in the production and circulation of knowledge. I think this aspect was not very much mentioned here, but is important. So we know that these gender biases have different dimensions. First of all, women as an object of research have been invisibilized. Second, there is a gender bias in teaching, in research. If we go to see the ciphers, they were also mentioned. I mean, women in high teaching positions are very small. Women in gender as researcher are only a third of all researchers. And the marginalization also of gender studies and feminist studies. So I think what these presentations all show is the necessity to transform the power relations in the production and circulation of knowledge. What I had as maybe some questions is, what about the changing employment conditions of the researchers in the different institutions, because we know that they are highly gender biased. So how can we change that? If we do not change that, the capacity to make grant proposals or to publish are still severely affected. I mean, if you are in part-time as a researcher, you don't have the same capacity to participate in research, in grant proposal, research proposals, or in publications. I cannot go in detail, but many of you know, of course, that. How can we increase education on gender studies? Because I think that's essential. We need to include new ways of working. It has been mentioned also by some here, but we need, if we want to change the way we do research and teaching on gender issues, but here we'll talk more on research, we have to work on introducing feminist epistemologies, with new tools, new methods, new teams, as was mentioned a bit by Sirad also, working in different ways, more collaborative, more non-hierarchical, recognizing the contributions also of the partners of the South and of their perspectives and their views. And I think also the aspect, maybe it was not the purpose of the presentations here, but I think it is part of the problem, thinking of the problematic issue of the circulation of knowledge. I think there is a huge gender and colonial issue of publication of knowledge, and it is linked, of course, with the necessity that it's only by demonstrating how much it changes to have research that is informed by gender studies, that we can convince even more people at all levels, top levels, but also colleagues, that it is that we cannot do without it. And looking at the reality without including this feminist perspective is a way of biasing the reality. So I'm impressed by the huge work that you did, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity of commenting.
Thank you very much, Christine, and I will call our second and last discussant. Maybe you can do it from the table if you like. Huh? Go on.
Maxime, thank you very much for the extremely interesting presentations, and congratulations for the achievement as a GenderSMART project. I think I'm going to comment a bit on each presentation very briefly. First of all, I really appreciated the simulation of a random check of compliance with the JEP requirement that Katarina presented. It really, this experiment in a way resonates a lot also with the challenges that other sister projects are living, having started before the publication of the JEP requirement in Horizon Europe, and then you find yourself that you have categorized things and areas of interventions and type of measures in a different way than the Horizon Europe requirement. And the partners really, in a way, struggle a bit with wondering whether they will look compliant when transitioning after the project. So this was really, really interesting. And the question that I would have to for your work is whether you were the evaluator, right, of the JEPs and partner. How would be to conduct such random checks without, from a different position, as a totally external actor that jumps in and possibly base their scoring, let's say, on documentary analysis only or mainly. Of course, we don't know how this will be organized by the Commission, but I think it's interesting to reflect on this. And then, yeah, coming to the presentation from Jane on the gender values, I thought it was really, really interesting. The practice of organizing a participatory audit of organizational culture. The focus on the culture, the symbols, and all the work that you have done. For me, this raised a bit the question of how these methods can be reiterated a long time, to what point it would be useful, or you plan to repeat this type of audits, considering that the situation might evolve, and to what point you think you have built internal capacities for the application of these participatory techniques, or do you think you will have to rely on external input and external skills? Then I found also the CIRAD presentation on the researcher scope really, really interesting. This sort of co-created verification of the benefits of integrating a gender dimension into the content of scientific research is really, really vital, I believe. For me, the key words that I jotted down from your speech and your presentation was really tailored training. Because this is really, I think we need to acknowledge that as the gender in research and innovation field has become more mature along the years, we have accumulated knowledge, right? So there is a lot to build on. In terms of trainings with Gender Academy, Gender Equality Academy, we have provided a lot we have built a lot of knowledge and there is material available. Researchers are participating to the trainings that are now given by the facility, etc. But what is still missing, in my view, is precisely this tailoring and this collective reflection on good practices and case studies that are internal to the organization, to the institution. At least this is what I see we get also as requests from trainings. Please focus on our own case studies. And then you really need to combine gender expertise that is usually not necessarily discipline specific, particularly not STEM discipline specific, with the knowledge from scientists in that particular discipline that are available to this exercise of interdisciplinary reflection. So my question for you would be how you integrated an intersectional dimension into this work. Also considering that, as your director was anticipated in her keynote, you are also very much engaged with international development cooperation projects. And therefore, this going beyond just the gender should be stimulated by that particular field of work, where there is a lot of reflection on post-colonialism, and as it was recalled, and that would be interesting. Then Margaret, yet I found your practice of engaging with the grant office very strictly from the beginning, really, good and interesting. My question again would be on intersectionality. You mentioned that you have adopted this practice, and also you referred to the fact that you have an increasing request from researchers because they are under the pressure of gender being now an award criterion in the calls. So to what point you feel that this is a top-down motivation, and how this combines with a real interest towards the potential benefits of integrating the gender dimension. And finally, Panayota, because your radio broadcast was really creative and inspiring. My question is, will this continue, and how? Because it was so really nice. Thank you.
Maria and also Christine for your input. Before we open the discussion, I'd like to give a chance to the panelists maybe to pick up a couple of the questions that have been directed to them, notably maybe on intersectionality, because there were several going on, and maybe also the easiest one, like the continuation of the actions. So please go on. We would like we feel like to answer.
If I could follow up on Maria's comments, yes, I agree. I think it would be really interesting to perhaps repeat that gender equality audit process that was carried out in our organisation, and we would hope and expect that we would receive very different results this time round, and it's certainly, when it comes to the next JEP, I think that is certainly something that I will be recommending and we can implement. Thank you.
I think we also have a kind, to respond on Maria, we also have a kind of idealist people in Wageningen. They want to better the world, so to work with them on issues of decoloniality or gender, if they are allowed to, it's supported by credits, then they are really open to it. But the problem is often, how do we do it if you are technically in a discipline raised and you have all of a sudden to do some survey, social, scientific, well developed, or do qualitative research is quite hard. So what we're now trying to bring different kinds of people together more and more with the expertise. And it takes time, but I feel they're good willing, and we have to support them. And intersectionality, we now are looking, Netherlands, we have Black Lives Matter, of course, also in our colonial history, very active. And we now see the threat that decolonialization is overruling gender. So I keep on telling now, if we do gender plus, we also do race plus, okay? So we are working with different groups on that.
Thank you. Maybe one more answer from Jean-Michel, yeah?
Perhaps yes, intersectionality is not the easiest one. I would prefer to speak about training, but I will tackle intersectionality. Well, I think in CIRAD, what I can see, when you open up the debate on gender issues, then it's the first step to, and in the global environment that we are all faced with, all what is happening everywhere, when you begin speaking about gender equality and gender relationship inside the project, then you open up also the door for intersectionality. And I think it goes with we need perhaps another ways to introduce more studies about inequalities also in general in our research topics. And perhaps that is missing. There are a lot of work on this, and I think in CIRAD, orientation toward analyzing the very the very reasons of the inequalities in where we are working may be a way also to jump there. But honestly, it's not so easy, and the complexity of the object. And it's a bit vertiginous for the people when we talk that. And also, what I remark also is that it touch also individual stories. And we have a lot of researchers which just say it's too hard for me to speak about intersectionality because it's too close to my what I'm thinking. And I have really difficulties in separating who am I and the research I am implementing. And it's quite okay for women and for gender issues. I think it's much more complicated for intersectionality. It's just a feeling, just a first feeling. So I think talking about gender issues is the first step to enter intersectionality, but we don't have to think that it will be easy and that it's natural and easy. It's really another run, another course, and for this purpose, perhaps training is really also necessary to help us to do that.
Jutta, you want just to answer about continuation?
It's a hard question, that's why I avoided it. Well, it was also a case for us, whether it was also continuing this year, because a limited capacity to run the project. As you can see, I was presenting the show. Therefore, the continuity also was dependent on my availability and our priorities. We haven't yet planned for the continuation of the particular radio show. However, we embedded alternative actions and awareness activities in the new equality plan that are to be implemented in the next years. Yeah.
Much. I will soon pass to the audience the possibility to ask questions, but I would like to highlight three notions in relation to the content of this great panel. Core values, core business, and cumulativeness. Core values. Changing organizations is about changing the way they are governed. So governance, and governance is not only like bodies making decisions, it's not only procedures and mechanisms to make those decisions, it's also narratives about what our organizations intend to be, the type of contribution they intend to bring to the common good. And you can't change governance without challenging core values, as it has been done by several GenderSMART partners, because this is engaging with this narrative and what the organization pretend to be, which type of progress it intends to deliver. Core business. Because there is no possibility to advance gender equality in research performing organization if you do not change the way you perform research, right? So the way you deliver this promise to society of bringing and transferring new knowledge also through teaching. And that's why all the instruments that allows researchers to challenge themselves in the way they access to highest possible level of objectivity and of research, of true research quality and excellence, is also something which is absolutely necessary, and it has long been the poor parent of this global endeavor. That's why it's important to focus on that and to focus resources for which cumulativeness is required. Because a lot has been designed for evaluation and monitoring, for integrating the gender perspective in research, for gender-sensitive communication, and progressively also for bringing intersectionality in. And that's good to see that tools that have been sometimes developed first time years ago are appropriated, changed, fine-tuned by partners in such project to go further. So cumulativeness is required, and that's also good to have all these sister projects in the room. That's why I now open the possibility for you to ask questions to the panelists and also to the discussants. Any question from the audience? Yeah, we have one over there. Maybe waiting just for, if you may wait for the mic for those who are online. Thank you very much.
Just two very short questions and practical questions. First one to Jean-Michel. Can you explain to us a little bit more how the case studies were used and if they were considered relevant by a wider audience? That's my question. And then to Marguerite, she used the peer labs. So can you explain to us a little bit more what you mean by peer labs being used as training tools in the context of GenderSMART? Thanks.
Since it's very specific, I'll let you answer first before giving back the floor to the audience.
The case studies were chosen, in fact, on voluntary basis. People in CIRAD wanted to evaluate what they are doing and the way they are integrating gender into research. So, and the panel was quite good because we had some very small projects, very large projects, very complex project or very, very focused project. We had projects focusing on gender, which was quite very easy, and some were not even the word of gender into the proposal and so on. So the idea was to have a large and diverse panel, and we had that. And after that, the idea was to instead of talking about gender issues in general, the idea was to really talk about gender issues concretely on really examples that can be interesting for all the people into CIRAD. So the idea is this survey, how do you manage it? Did you ask a woman? Did you make a mixed focus group? Did you this kind of things? And so we didn't invent very innovative things, but the idea was to share experience and to. So that was the main use. And as I told you, we tried to not evaluate, but to report on the project. The idea was not to say this is good practice, you did it very well. This you didn't do it well. The idea was to collect the way people were integrating gender and the difficulties they have in doing so. So that was the main purpose. Not judging, but just sharing experiences and then capitalize this kind of experience at the end of the day. Yeah. It's okay.
The peer labs is a bit different from the community of practice. That is really bottom up, but the peer labs, or we also use it for students' thesis rings, is that it's actually you facilitate the peers or the students to share, but you also give input as experts. And I did it also in a project, and then it's better to have more people have some expertise than that you are there a kind of gender police. And we always tell that before. I see also happening that communities of practice can also have a kind of fear of gender experts because they think, oh, a feminist coming in. But I think we prove as well that is not at all the case. We can do very well.
Thank you. Another question from the audience, maybe? Yes, Dimitris, and we have another question. We will take the two in a row. So Dimitris first.
Thank you. Well, I'll be the devil's advocate, as always. And I will get you back at the title of this session, and that it was about the changes in agriculture and food science. And I would like to know, what are we doing from now on? Because unfortunately, or fortunately, we use this project to really scrape off a lot of rust on our organizations. So we didn't have a lot of time to work in the agri-food changes that are needed in research, in education, although we did a lot of work with the help especially of Marguerite, but the implementation of our institutions. And as Athanasia was showing in the morning, it's 1.8% of publications in gender, with the gender element in, which is really, really sad number for me. So what are we doing? Do we have the support, Athanasia, from the Commission for at least 10 to 15 years, I would say, of policies and funding to carry on implementing in the sectors of agriculture and food, of engineering, of all sciences? What do you think?
Is also to the Commission, as you understood. And there is one more over there, 3 rows up. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Chloé Alexandre from CIRAD. I had a question for Jean-Michel, but also all participants, because one point that was raised is that participants lacked tailor-made trainings, and I was wondering on which topics. Thanks.
Thank you. So I let the possibility to panelists to wish to answer.
Yes, what I meant in the presentation is that, well, the training we had during the project was very useful, but the difference between sex and gender and so on, they're very basic, which was very interesting to start. But we feel now that we miss some really in-depth and specialized training, talking about what we are what we are working on an everyday. For instance, well, there are some good examples. The C4, for instance, it's a GIR, produced some manuals, so how to manage tropical forestry, for instance, in a gender-smart perspective. So this is kind of things that exist. But in other topics, you have the general statement, but it's very difficult to find. And I think the problem is that our topics are so vast, so it's very difficult to find specialists of gender issues in such a specific topic. So I think perhaps the proposition should be, and that will be also in the report of GenderSMART, is that we have to build internally with the people engaged in this transformation. We have to build training internally to be sure to target this. But we have also to perhaps to start to frame some needs in training and to address gender specialists, this kind of subject, and to build together, to co-build specialized and adapted training to support us. Because really, once you have the first ideas, it's very difficult to find very in-depth training and to help you to and it's not a question of topic. There are some topics where you can, I think some in genetics, variety searching, there are some things quite good. In forestry, I knew some things, but in other topics, it's very difficult. Agroecology is becoming now, but it's quite difficult.
Thank you. And very short last answer.
I think when you compare with the global research, what CIRAD is doing and Wageningen Partnerly, there is quite some expertise, but these people are all over the world, so it's difficult to get them. We organized a big conference 2 years ago, and you really saw it there. But for Europe, focusing on Europe, I can count the gender experts really into agriculture and food on the hand, and they're all almost retiring. So we really have a need there to build on this expertise in a way that is integrative, not people just focusing on women, but how to build into the different parts of the sciences, especially in agriculture and food sciences, that's needed. So I also support the plea of Dimitris. We should invest more in that. And if, for instance, Wageningen as an educational institution can help, it really helps if money is there.
So we finish the panel with this call for further sustainability, because sustainability has been here over the last few years, but for it to be maintained over time, and also on focusing in producing topical knowledge and making it available. We have now a coffee break, but on your way to the coffee break, we kindly invite all people in the room to move towards the stage, unless they don't want or they have image issues, to take a picture, because you are part of the process as well. So please come in, all those who want to be in. That will be very much appreciated. And then we all move to the coffee break. Thank you.
She was so sublime, super fine. She was never lying, strutting in the heels or her slides. Either way, eyes on her every single day, week, year. Everyone wondering how she does it with no fear. All that confidence, was it heaven sent? Does it come within? Does it come run out? I don't know. She'll just have them running out and in. Man, they want to sin, talking deadly sin with Mrs. Lady. I don't understand why she hit them like girl, you knock him dead. Oh, oh, oh. How you doing? How you doing? Baby, you knock him dead. I'm already said. You don't have to be that cool. Just when I met you, a couple cuts later, now you're acting like a damn fool, like a damn fool. So ungrateful, I sit you at my table, now you're hugging all the damn fool. So good, the blame is on you. There's no need to act like you. Still going to school and breaking all the rules. I'll take you back to class when I say you had your back in the beginning. Oh, that's right. You get so good. I was here before you, don't forget it. Please. Tell me, when did you get so cool? You don't have to be that cool. Just when I met you, a couple cuts later, now you're acting like a damn fool, like a damn fool. So ungrateful, I sit you at my table, now you're hugging all the damn fool. It's so good, the blame is on you. There's no need to act like you. Still going to school, breaking all the rules. I'll take you back to class when I say, jump off my dick for a minute. Yeah, you can't copy and paste that baby, shit. Baby, when did you get so cool? I don't know. Yeah, I was here before you, don't forget it. I was here before you, babe. Baby, when did you get so cool? So cool. When did you get so? 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 Yeah, yeah, you know, we bad. It's said and done. It's been way too long, yeah. So rest your head now, darling, until the morning sun. Oh, we don't have to put it all on the table. We can let it go until the dawn. Ooh, there's no need to complicate it with a label. So close your eyes. Daylight won't be long. Ooh, let's talk in the morning, my love. Save it till the morning. Oh, let's talk in the morning. Ooh, make love in the morning. I know I've been working late, living by the moon. So let's just take this moment and burn the midnight blues. So we don't have to put it all on the table. Tomorrow we can make it alright. Oh girl, there's no need to complicate it with a label. Let's take our time. celebrated. It's a sunny afternoon, but I need you here. Nothing without you. It's a sunny afternoon, but I'm freezing it. Hope you're coming back real soon. I need some space, and I don't wanna make a fuss. You had to leave. It's better for the both of us. Summer in Chicago. Saw you again, felt like tomorrow. But every day it feels like you're someone else. When you call me, I was thinking about you. Didn't really wanna go to dinner without you. And you're hot, you're cold, you're unpredictable. But I like you, baby. Now you tell me you're ready, then one day you're gone. One day I know you'll call me first, it won't be long until I see another summer in Chicago. Saw you again, felt like tomorrow. But every day it feels like you're someone else. Driving up to see you, but it's never enough. Promise that I'm always gonna give you my love, even if you don't deserve it, baby. Fly over, come closer, baby, what's the delay? Windy city, girl, you blow me away. What can I do to make you stay? What can I do to make you stay? All the things I do to make you stay. Come on, babe. Baby, it's hard to move on. Tell me, what did we do wrong? Baby, this summer's too long. Maybe we need a new song. But I like it, baby. Summer in Chicago. Summer in Chicago. 'Cause every day it feels like you're someone else.
Hey.
Swim, then you'll sink and then you'll drown. I guess it's a lesson learned. If you play with fire, maybe you will burn. I guess it's a lesson learned. If you play with fire, you'll probably burn. Is it my fault if I choose to ignore the things that you've told me once or twice before? Maybe I'd rather not understand the things that I don't want as a man. I guess it's a lesson learned. If you play with fire, maybe you will burn. It's a lesson learned. If you play with fire, you'll probably burn. Won't you teach it to me? Hey, 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 hey. Oh, won't you teach it to me? We both know this is wrong, so why do we carry this on in the end? We probably won't stay friends. We both try to keep our distance, but feelings will never listen. No. Oh, what do I fool myself? This could be something else. I feel, know you got them feelings too. Oh, why do we play these games? Why can't you feel my pain? You know I feel, I know you got them feelings too. Oh, and I know it's not just me. Takes two to for level 3. Let this be. I care for you too much for this casual thing to be enough. Should probably let this go. But tried 3 times with nothing to show. So why, oh why am I so vexed? It's probably 'cause we have grace. Oh, oh. Oh, why do I fool myself? This could be something else. Got them feelings too. Oh, why do we play these games? Why can't you feel my pain? You know I know it's not just me. Takes two to for level 3. Oh, 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 yeah. Let this be. And I know you've got your game plan for the next 5 years. You're a single man, but if this feels for you like it does for me, then maybe you should let this be. You know I feel for you. You know I got them feelings too. Oh, why do we play these games? Why can't you feel my pain? You know I feel for you. I know you got them feelings too. Oh, and I know it's not just me. Takes two to for level 3. Oh, 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 yeah. Let this be.
Think about it many times, but it's gone. The memories shoot in front of me. And what we shared and what we said still means the world to me. And I wait for this love to come back. Is there someone else loving you? Gives you a smile and loves everything you do. Is there someone else loving you? Gives you a smile and loves everything you do. 'Cause true love is lost away from home. A true love will never be alone. A true love will always be strong. True love will find its way back home. Protect our moments for another love who's stealing. Don't wanna let it go, wanna keep believing. And I hope you just save a small part of me. You remember what we used to be. Is there someone else loving you? Gives you a smile and loves everything you do. Is there someone else loving you? Gives you a smile and loves everything you do. 'Cause true love is lost away from home. True love will never be alone. True love will always be strong. True love will find its way back home. Don't wanna fight it, don't wanna end this, but I get tired of this broken heart. Our lives are changing and the true love is fading. I felt it when we spoke last week on the phone. Don't wanna fight it, don't wanna end this, but I get tired of this broken heart. Our life's changing, no matter what, I will make it and find another true love to come home. True love is lost away from home. True love will never be alone. True love will always be strong. True love will find its way back home. True love is lost away from home. True love will never be alone.
It's just the way you do it when you move so swiftly. Vibing out to you and making me do human. Smoking out the way I feel emotion. Emotion, so good, it's so bad, it's so bad, it's so new. I'm wishing at the end of clouds in my shroud, in my vision grow clearly. Can't see ahead if I'm fine when I leave me. What is the saying when you should let go? What is so impossible? Do me like that with a smile, with a smack, with a you know me, no, you know me better. No rainy, no windy, no sun. Your music and just the one. I'm fine like that, fine like that, fine. I'll never be losing, I'm on every time. No, you don't knows me no better like that. Fitting in your style and out too quickly. Man, it's in the way you do when you move so swiftly. Vibing out to you, make me do you, man. Smoking out the way I feel the emotion. It's so good, it's so bad, it's so bad, it's so new. Wishing at the end of June. Clouds in my shroud and my vision clearly. Can't see ahead if I'm fine when I believe in me. What is it saying when you let go? What is so impossible? So do me like that with a smile, with a smack. With all your nose, you know better like that. When we be on the scene, when you got to me, winging me with a no rainy, no windy, no sun. Your music and just the one. I'm fine like that, fine like that, fine. I'll never be losing, I'm on every time. Can't do it like that again though. I would have to listen to it a lot of times and then memorize it and structure it.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to this second panel on sustainable impact on institutionalizing gender equality. This is an important topic for all projects, and all organizations need to address it. So the objective of this panel is to explore experiences and best practice put in place by GenderSMART partners to ensure sustainable impact and institutionalization of gender equality actions. I am Laia Tarragona. I will moderate this panel, and I am from the University of Deusto. So we have here today 3 members of GenderSMART Consortium who will present their experiences in their organizations. And we also have the honor of having with us 2 members of GenderSMART External Advisory Committee who will act as discussants. So I would like to welcome them all. First, we have Carmen González. She is General Director of CICITEX, the Center for Scientific and Technological Research of Extremadura in Spain, which is a public research center of the regional government of Extremadura. She started her professional career at Nestlé in the area of food technology, carrying out her research activity in other centers of the company in Switzerland, Sweden, Germany, France, and the United States. She then developed her activity in the Research Business Association Centro Tecnológico Nacional Agroalimentario Extremadura, where she was appointed Technical Secretary General of the association and Director of the Center. We also have Maroun El Mujaber, Senior Officer at CIAM Bari since 2005. At CIAM Bari, he's coordinating a project on invasive pests in the Euro-Mediterranean area and has large experience on joint programming in food security and natural resources management in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. He's the president of the Scientific Advisory Committee of PRIMA. And before joining CIAM Bari in 2005, he was an associate professor in Lebanon and national project director of several FAO projects on protected agriculture. And we also have Laurence Gouillard, Scientific Community Relations Officer at the French National Research Agency. She works at ANR since 2011, and she's head of the relationship with the scientific community, gender equality, and scientific integrity delegate. She's a member of the National Committee for Monitoring Equality Action Plans and represents the agency at Science Europe for the Research Culture Axis. Laurence Gouillard has a PhD in sociology, and her main research has focused on gender issues in health and at work, on social mobility. On the other hand, we have also Anna Koukides Prokopiou, a member of the GenderSMART External Advisory Committee, who will act as discussant. Anna works as a consultant on the Turkey-Cyprus project of the Europe and Central Asia program of the International Crisis Group. She's a senior fellow and member of the advisory board of the Cyprus Center for European and International Affairs at the University of Nicosia. Her research and published academic work focuses on foreign policy, inclusive security, and gender. And last but not least, we also have with us Eukaria Mian, also a member of the GenderSMART External Advisory Committee. Eukaria is the CEO of the Dublin Institute for Advanced Studies. Prior to this, she was the inaugural director of the IRIS Research Council from 2012 to 2017. Under her direction, the IRIS Research Council was the first research funding agency in Ireland to launch a gender strategy and action plan in 2013. Eukaria was designated Science Europe's first gender and diversity champion, and in 2017 she was elected as a member of the Royal Irish Academy and elected to its council the following year. She is also board member of both Science Europe and the European Strategy Forum for Research Infrastructures. So welcome all. It is a pleasure to have you here in this panel. So first, I invite Carmen, Maroun, and Laurence to share with us your experiences. Carmen, please. If you would like to start, you have 8 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Laia, for the presentation. It's a pleasure for me to be here today and to being able to explain our vision on the institutionalization of gender equality at CICITEX. For us, it's difficult to select one activity, one specific task, or to point out one good practice, because what we think is that the key point here, the key factor, is that we have a global approach designed, used, and monitored and evaluated by the project. And in addition to that, we have the guarantee of the Spanish legislation in the similar terms. Anyway, we would like to highlight some examples, as for example, inclusive communication or zero tolerance towards any sexual harassment or harassment based on sex. Regarding the facilitating factors, First of all, I have to mention the Spanish gender equality context and regulations, and especially two laws. The law from 2007 for the effective equality of women and men, that is known as the Equality Law, one of the most advanced gender law in the world. This law identifies several main areas of intervention: principles, employment, work-life balance, and parity. In addition, this law establishes the principle of mainstreaming in public policies, as well as the JEPs as a tool for the implementation of the principles and policies in all these entities, among other issues. The second law I would like to mention is the law from 2020 regulating gender equality plans, including the different phases, the agents, including in the negotiation, the diagnosis, the design, the management, monitoring, evaluation, and so on. But especially, I have to mention that the JEPs in Spain have the same legal status as a labor agreement. Another facilitating factor for us, a very important one, the GenderSMART project, as a driving force behind the process, mainly in terms of capacity building, time demands, and mutual learning. And the technical partners, Yellow Window and ISAS, and the other partners have also been essential in this process during all these years. At the last, I have to also to mention the determined commitment of all the boards and the top management in CICITEX, the governing board, the government of Extremadura, the trade unions, and the rest of the stakeholders. They were also very important for our achievements. In relation to the challenges and strategies to implement the actions, I would like to remember that our JEP includes 66 measures to be implemented over 4 years. And some of the main challenges I would like to highlight this morning are, for example, the institutional commitment of CICITEX with gender equality in all its research institutes to establish the equality principle in all the human resources policies, but also with the compliance with Spanish legislation and our signed JEP. And I also would like to remember that we have some documents like the statutes of the center and the program contract with the government of Extremadura. All these documents reflect the gender equality principles, as well as another important issue I would like to mention, that we are now working in the application of the European Human Resources Strategy for researchers in order to implement the European Charter and Code for researchers. Another important measure for us, as I mentioned at the beginning, the zero tolerance towards any sexual harassment and harassment based on sex. And since January of this year, we have the protocol approved in our center, just in case. And another important issue is that is the incorporation of resources within the CICITEX organization to apply the gender perspective in all our scientific research and innovation activities. And related with this, I also have an interesting measure to tell, that is we are going to provide additional human resources to the research work in case of pregnancy or maternity leaves. And finally, to make the work of women at CICITEX visible, just to disseminate their contributions to the science, we have adopted a manual of inclusive language, and we have created a manual of communication to ensure this type of activities. And finally, regarding the sustainability, in our center, we we have clear that to ensure the sustainability of this process, we have different factors. Regarding external factors, requirements at both European and national level for research entities are not only for the competition for funds and calls for proposals, but also for legislative compliancy and policy design. As for internal factors, I have to mention our Equality Commission was a legally collegiated body created on March of this year, or 2020, and is a body integrated by people of Civitex, the Regional Women Institute, the Regional Ministry with competencies on human resources, and the main trade unions in our region. But also, we have a budget line in the coming years in the regional budget law of the government of Extremadura, in which this has a part of the budget. And we include this specific part just when GenderSMART project ends, just to afford different activities we want to carry out in our plan. And, of course, we have a gender equality unit in the center with a gender officer. So, with all of these factors, I think the sustainability is assured. But just to finish, unfortunately, despite the progress that has been made until now, there is still a need to make further progress towards real and effective equality of opportunity between women and men. Just is all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Carmen, for sticking to the 8 minutes perfectly. So, Maroon, if you want to present, please.
Thank you, Laia, for giving me the floor, and good to see you in person after working 4 months to be here today. So, good morning, everybody. Which one is? Okay. So, I am pleased to present some good practices we develop in the framework of GenderSMART. A good practice, it always comes after a problem or difficulties. In our case, like all the implementing partners, we had a lot of difficulties. First of all, because most of us were new to this type of discipline, and there is no one receipt for everybody. Each institution is different, the approach is different, we are different, and I think we have to keep and believe in diversity. So any action we are doing, we have to maintain diversity, but we have to give some impact for sustainability and to improve things. And we should believe in justice and equal footing for everybody before starting implementing gender equality plan. It's a matter of if we believe or not in that, not only the text. The text will not change anything if we don't believe in it. So, SIAM Bari, it is the Italian seat of SIAM. SIAM stands for Centre International de Haute Étude Économique Méditerranéenne. It's an intergovernmental organization founded in 1962, where we have 13 countries, member countries all over the Mediterranean area. We have 4 brother institute or 4 sister institutes. We can call them, one in Chania in Greece, one in Montpellier in France, and our Italian is in Bari, and one in Zaragoza. Our headquarters are in Paris. When we start preparing the proposal with CIRAD, and it was in the framework of Flip Agri, we met in Pretoria, and we started discussing that in another project. We were thinking to be there as SIAM, but there was an issue that if you go there as SIAM, the peak for the European Commission, it will become France. There is no Italy inside. So this is why we moved it decided to make it as Bari, as an Italian partner, so to enrich the consortium. But already in the beginning of even writing the proposal, we committed to make an upscaling of our work to CM. So we start working on that after the kickoff meeting that we made in Montpellier in February 2019. We took a little bit of time to understand what is going on. So the mirror kickoff meeting, we made it in June. It took us 3 months to understand ourselves, the core team, what's going on. And probably bringing somebody from outside the institution might have an influence on the institution more than you have yourself. So we invited Marcela Linkova to our mirror kickoff meeting, and I think it was the first good impact of involving or making people understand the importance of what we are doing. We are an institution working on gender empowerment since maybe 40 years. But to convince people that gender equality is not gender empowerment, it took us time. And so we are relatively a small organization, only 82 employees and 150 non-permanent staff, but it's rather complicated to introduce such type of change inside an institution where we have an advantage that is at the same time a disadvantage. We have a very horizontal flow chart. And sometimes it's very difficult to implement, but sometimes in decision making it's very easy. It doesn't take time. So we make an assessment of all these points, weaknesses and strengths, to try to make the things move on. So upon these 82 employees and 150 non-permanent staff and also 100 students, we have postgraduate students at our institute from different countries, we chose 34 key stakeholders. And from these 34 key stakeholders, 5 focal points were identified and we negotiate with them. It was done especially during the audit session. And here, it was during August, and in Italy, it was, you know, Italy, it's holiday on August, and the audit happened because the deliverable was due to end of August, and my colleagues, not myself, will sacrifice themselves, and they work with the people to convince them and to get data. So we got some 5 focal points in administration, communication, education, and management, and research. Later on, it was 2019, the JEP was already done. Then we profit from a joint training with GE Academy and GenderSMART that we made in Bari, and Maxime Forrest came to Bari. And when he saw our gender equality plan, he said, okay, it has all the elements of a gender equality plan. Then we went with Maxime to the director, and we explained about the gender equality plan, and it has been approved in that meeting. So I'm relating the presence of one of our technical partners because probably they have more experience and they can convince more the top management for change. So after introducing the vision, direct interview and audit activities, and I think it was an excellent exercise done by my colleagues, that the mirror kickoff meeting, a follow-up meeting, and as I said, in December 2019, we got the JEP approved. So now the strategy was how to commit the stakeholders. In 2020, the COVID arrived. And we, this morning, we were really delighted to see that Athanasia included in her presentation the survey that we promoted on COVID. And it was also on the website of the European Commission as a best practice. So we used that type of survey, first of all, to commit people. And we used all the trainings made by GenderSMART and sister projects to let people be committed and be informed. So when people start asking us, when is the next training, we understood that our approach is working. So inclusive and transparent process, more people and reduce resistances, greater number of individuals involved in the efforts to create more ownership, enhances commitment, and helps ensuring sustainability. It was more or less our strategy indoor. But we had another strategy. 1 minute? 1 minute. Okay. The other one is to go corporate. We made some training for the other colleagues from Siam, and then we got the decision of European Commission that JEP is a compulsory for funding. And then everybody was running to ask us for assistance and to make that JEP. So we succeeded in achieving 4 gender equality plans for our institute and the Gender Secretariat in less than 6 months, based on the experience and the assistance that we could provide to our colleagues. We also put a lot of effort on language. We have invited several relevant persons to talk about the use of gender in Italian language. We are very glad that we have how to use the Italian language and gender. And also, we made a big campaign on gender term of the week that really make involvement of our stakeholders. And this is why, internally and externally, we succeeded to have our things done. Thank you.
Thank you, Maroon. Laurence Rouillard, if you would like to come.
Thank you, Laia. Good morning, everyone. So as a funding agency, we have 2 major concerns about gender equality. The first one is to tackle any gender bias in the evaluation process. Oh, yeah, I should, excuse me. And the second one is to lead researchers to take into account the sex and or gender dimension in the research and in the content of their research. And this is this second issue that I would like to present and to focus on this morning, and to tell you how we manage to introduce a dedicated criterion on that dimension in the evaluation process. And I have to admit that we have a favorable context, a very driving European context, but also a national legal context, because all public institutions had to implement a gender equality plan in no later than March 2021. And RFOs and RPOs also to include a dedicated axis on the integration of sex and or gender dimension in research content. Moreover, within the agency, I have to say that the CEO is very convinced and very supportive. But despite this favorable context, we didn't want to introduce this criterion all in a sudden, because we didn't want it to be perceived as an additional constraint imposed by a funding agency. So we thought it was much better to take a step-by-step approach. And then we decided to first raise awareness among scientific communities, and we carried out 2 test phases on a generic call. This is the biggest call we launch at the agency, and it represents about 80% of the budget allocated to projects. And to give you an idea, it's a 2-step evaluation process, and then in the first stage we receive between 7,000 and 8,000 pre-proposals to evaluate. So it's a really big call. So it was also interesting to to take a test phase on this general call because it's open to all scientific fields. This step-by-step approach was also, well, to first raise awareness among scientific communities, but it was also an opportunity for us to identify the level of understanding and the level of knowledge of the scientific communities on the subject. These two taste phases consisting on asking candidates to tell how they were taking into account the sex and or gender dimension in their research, and if they didn't, to explain why, and they had to fulfill a specific area on the submission platform. And this specific area was not accessible for the evaluators and peer reviewers, but only for me and Angela Zeller, which is my colleague. In parallel of these phases, we also co-organized with CIRAD a big conference on the subject that was called Gender in Research. And we had quite a bit of success for this conference because there were around 500 participants and from all scientific fields. And we also invited committee chairs from ANR to participate to the roundtable organized in this conference. In parallel, also, we put in place training for the committee chairs that are evaluating pre-proposals and proposals in these big generic call for proposals. And then, after all the test phases and conferences and raises awareness, well, we introduced a dedicated criterion in the generic call in 2022. But these two phases and the first evaluation edition show that scientists are very, very far from understanding, even in fields where it should be obvious, like in biology, for example. So, yes, we are very satisfied to have introduced that criterion in the evaluation process. And it will remain so, I'm sure about that. But the way to go is still very long, and we have to reinforce the training and develop educational tools to support researchers. And these are actions that will be inscribed in the next gender equality plan of the agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laurence. I didn't even need to use my sign. So it's now the turn of the two discussants to provide their comments and insights. So, Anna, would you like to go first?
Let me just first start by saying that congratulations are in order for all the institutions participating in this project, because changing mindsets in the positive sciences regarding gender is one of the greatest obstacles that I have faced as an independent gender expert. Because when you start discussing gender with biologists, food scientists, chemists, they would say, why are you bringing this social science concept into our labs? Science, is gender neutral, is irrelevant to the context of our work. Why are you disrupting our important scientific work with these ideas? Okay, so I think this is a very important first step, and GenderSMART is a catalyst. But the word sustainability was used again and again in the course of today, and Dimitris Tsaltas made a very good point before. How do we keep this going as a virtuous cycle? And some of the ingredients, the necessary ingredients, are found in everything that I've seen from the presentations on this panel, but also on the previous panel. And let me just be more specific. You need leadership. And it's important, I think it's quite important that we have two CEOs of the institutions who are women. Now, it doesn't always necessarily have to be women, but it has to be gender-sensitive men, or anyone who is open to the pressures of either the European Union because they need the funding. I know it's very cynical, but it's true. Or, it was mentioned before, the population, the students, the researchers themselves find it an important issue that needs to be raised again and again. So I think it's a very valid point made in the presentations that leadership, it should be committed. Lawrence said it, others said it before. And then there's something else which I also want to, because we don't have much time, I need to just pick and choose points. It was mentioned that change needs to be gradual. Lawrence said it, Maroon said we were new to this. We just can't throw everyone into cold water and just expect them to swim. But I was glad that in one of the presentations said zero tolerance to sexual harassment. I think that is very, very important. So yes, gradual introduction of gender concepts, making researchers and science people understand why gender is relevant to their work. But when it comes to things like violence or harassment, I think there should be zero tolerance from the very beginning, because you need to send your boundaries that is not acceptable. And also, something else again, which I think is it's important to understand why gender is important to science, has to do with the choice of subjects that you're choosing to research. It is important who researches it and how it is being researched. So this framework of theory of change, the big framework that we're discussing as the European Union, that national legislation, as it was mentioned here, has introduced. Carmen made a very good point about the national legislation be very strong in Spain. Yes, very important. We need to have the theory of change, but we need to break it down into the nitty-gritty for people to understand the process of reaching gender equality. What kind of topics do we choose to research? For example, a statistic I always use, I always say, how is it possible we know more about tomatoes than breast milk? How is it ever possible? It's the food which nurtures a newborn. And yet we know more about tomatoes than breast milk? And I'm not gonna, use all the stuff we know about medicine and the clinical trials that simply do not happen as far as women are concerned, because women are just too complicated for the men researchers to understand. So these very, very important points need to be explained to the researchers, not in a patronizing way, but in a practical way, so they understand why it's important. And I will come to something, again, very practical to just summarize this. Why are we here today? Why is agriculture, food science, relevant to the world we live in? I work a lot with women and economic empowerment, which is very linked to political empowerment, which we're not going to talk about today. But social entrepreneurship is a theme, maybe it's the wrong word, but it's something which is that women feel very comfortable with. And in conflict zones, in a lot of cases, it's the women who feed the nation. And before it was said in the previous panel that there is a lot, by one of the discussants, it was said, you know, we ignore the practical knowledge of the marginalized. Yes, high-level science is important, but can we link this expertise to the local communities that we actually end up working with? Because the knowledge has to be practical, has to have impact. Why are we producing knowledge? Why are we producing technology? Shouldn't we be putting it to good use and have practical results? And shouldn't we bring in, when we talk about inclusion, are we thinking about inclusion in terms of the local communities in developing countries, for example, where these things that we come up with could be used? And one thing which is very important, it was said before, but I want to stress it, progress is not linear. The pandemic showed that in terms of gender gaps, we went back, we didn't go forward. And we're talking about the gender pay gap, and we're saying, oh, you know, there is convergence slowly. Well, is there? Because if the future of our economies lie in STEM, in which most of you are involved in this room, we know that women, and the amount of research, 1.something% that was mentioned before, it's shocking. We know that women are involved in STEM in very little numbers, comparatively wise. But the jobs with less unemployment and higher salaries in the future, guess where they will be? In STEM. So there is a worry there that if the women are kept behind in the STEM sector, the pay gap will not close. The pay gap could possibly become bigger in the future. So, congratulating the panel again. It was very interesting to see their presentations. Some very good points came through. But I'm just putting out some food for thought for you, everyone in the audience, to consider in your daily lives. How can we, through GenderSMART is the catalyst, but let's create the virtuous cycle through sustainability. And I think mindset is the first factor that is needed to create the change that the people on this panel have talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And now, Eucharia.
So firstly, thank you for the opportunity for being a respondent at today's session. I've been very impressed by everything I've heard this morning in terms of the reporting back from the GenderSMART project. So I'd just like to congratulate all the partners in the work that they have done. I just will preface my remarks by saying I'm going to be speaking very much from the perspective of someone who is the head of a small research organisation endeavouring to implement gender equality, inclusion, diversity policies. So my comments will very much reflect that and maybe taking on board the presentations we have just heard and some of the insights and very insightful comments from those presentations, married with my own experience. I'm just going to try and give you just some reflections, I think is probably the best way of describing what I'm going to do. And I think I was struck earlier at the very, very start of the meeting, I think Nadine made the comment that today was about harvesting lessons. And I think there is plenty of food for thought in what we've actually heard up to this point. Each of the presentations we have heard this morning in this session come from organisations who exist in different contexts, different sizes, different stages perhaps of evolution in the area, in this whole area. But besides that, and if you kind of set that aside, there are common themes that emerge in terms of the lessons and the experiences that they have had during the GenderSMART project. And the first thing of note, I suppose, which I'm not going to dwell on because it's not the focus of this particular session, is they all emphasised, Carmen, Moran and Lawrence, the importance of the ecosystem and the factors, the external factors that feed into actually making implementation of gender equality, inclusion and diversity policies successful. So whether that's legislation, the approach of the agencies, and indeed other national initiatives. But what I want to specifically focus in on really is then the other dimensions that are more organisational and internally within our control in terms of my comments. And I suppose based on some bitter experience from the past, the one thing I would like to say is that for the GenderSMART project, and particularly for the organisations involved in that project, as you near the end of it, you do now enter what I would characterise as a very high-risk zone in terms of what you're trying to achieve. And that is because the project has very likely within your organisations, as it did in the past in mine, very much driven the activity and the work that has been done in this area. And people being people, when you get to the end of the project, everyone thinks, great, that's it done now. We've submitted the last report. We can almost the mindset can be, I'm not saying it will be, but can be, we can now get back to our regular jobs, okay? And this is a very, very, very high risk for this transition point. And that particularly so, I was very much captured by the comment earlier about, change of mind and change of heart. If you've only changed minds up to a point and you haven't really changed hearts, that slippage away from really continuing on will happen. So the three things that I think I've heard from the groups that they feel are important, from the partners, and certainly this would resonate with my own experience. There are three things that now that, in spite of resource challenges, somehow have to actually be maintained. And I think it was Maron who used the word commitment. And I think organisational commitment. And I think it's been described in different ways by different speakers. But for me, the absolutely critical factor that will determine the success or failure in continuing the implementation and the work and the progress achieved through GenderSMART is commitment at the governance and management level. I think it was described by Anna's leadership. And what does this actually mean? What that means to me from a practical perspective, that as we have moved on from particular initiatives and particular projects, insisting that gender equality, diversity, inclusion is still on the board agenda. Before you were reporting on a project, but now you have it mainstreamed as part of your agenda items. Because at the end of the day, it is those high-level structures that actually determine what the resources are going to be to actually continue the good work. And it's very important that there is actually still regular reporting into those governance structures. So if that isn't going to happen, as you move on, it is going to be very difficult to sustain the momentum at the ground level over time. And one thing I would say is as well is that I think a key responsibility for the governance structures is that typically what tends to happen is after a project like this, in my experience and observing other projects, is very much the responsibility becomes vested in one person. It's the Equality, Diversity, Inclusion Officer, someone in that type of position. But what boards need to do is ensure that it's clear to other key players within the organisation that they still have a role. They still have a role in this area. And that can be quite hard to do because sometimes people see it as an add-on. But somehow you have to actually cross that chasm and actually get it more embedded, that people understand it's now moving forward, part of their role. The second thing I would say is, and I think that's absolutely critical, the second thing is, and I'm just conscious of time, is, so that's commitment. The importance of continuing communication and the type of communication that actually has been happening during the project. And under communication, I'm including training. And I think that was a marvellous example, actually, Maureen, when you said that people started asking about when there was going to be training. That definitely is an indicator of success. So embedding and having that regular type of training is obviously very important. Continuing the consistent narrative has been mentioned by a number of the speakers. And I think internal communication, but also external communication is very important. And I think it was mentioned earlier, in fact, in one of the panels as well, about communication awareness raising. That really that momentum has to be maintained externally on websites and that type of thing. Because actually in a survey we did ourselves when we moved from a situation in one of our physics departments, I told someone the story earlier, 5 years ago, we had no females. 5 years later, we have 50%, and that's at postdoc level. And one of the things when we did this little survey to find out just in terms of why people started applying, because they weren't applying, one of the things that we got back was that when they looked at the organisation and they looked at the website, we came across as friendly to women. And I think you can't underestimate those soft things. The third thing then, which very much is inextricably linked really to the communication in some ways, is to endeavour to continue to have that opening and listening and inclusive culture that you have been cultivating throughout the project. Clearly there are things that have been introduced potentially around recruitment, practices, flexible working arrangements, those kinds of things that I consider structural. They will continue because they are embedded within the policies. But other things like continuing to have surveys and engage with staff going forward are really, really important, because if you stop that communication, you actually erode that culture. It will actually ultimately lead to erosion of commitment to the overall agenda. So just in summary, I will obviously stop there. My time has run out. So just to very quickly summarise, I think if there is a strong focus on trying to maintain some of the initiatives in terms of the culture, particularly listening and engaging, communication, but most importantly, getting that high-level commitment to continuing the work that has been done at the highest level, that will give the ingredients for a robust framework for actually continuing. And happy to take any questions afterwards about the experiences. Thank you. Thanks to the speakers.
So we have now around 5 minutes left. I don't know if the panelists wish to react to the discussants' insights. There were not so much of a question, so maybe if not, we can open the floor to one or two questions maybe. We have a question there.
Hello, my question is to you, Anna. I want to ask about, since we're talking about how to make science more gender equal and everything, something that I'm seeing is that if the structure of science is still driven by the profit motive and driven by what capitalism demands and everything, then getting women into those positions is just part of the solution. And what do you suggest about the rest of the problem? Because with the example that you gave about breast milk and tomatoes, I'm just imagining a 50% female workspace in which they're still doing research about the tomatoes instead of the breast milk, because they don't get to make the decisions of what they're going to do research on because of the profit motive. So yeah, that's a question I have for you.
What makes institutions understand the value of women is when you translate it in utilitarian terms. Cynically speaking again, making it compulsory to have, let's say, preferable for research teams to be diverse, forces them. It's true to have women in the team. And many times I have colleagues who call me up and say, oh, we need a woman on the panel. Can you make it to this conference with us because they want to approve the panel? Or we need a woman for this project. So yes, you do become the token woman in the beginning. But that's one way at least to open the path for more women, provided if you're the first woman invited in, you make sure you bring others with you. So that's one part of the solution. Now, the second thing, of course, is the following. You need to make it the utilitarian argument in terms of quality. I think it's very important always to use, there is research about this, how diverse teams produce better outcomes. So if you're talking with scientists who understand hard facts and understand numbers, you use the numbers. And you say, this is research, and this is what research shows. So better quality, you can talk about groupthink. I mean, there's many scientific work done to actually convince people who understand or want to understand hard facts, and it pays to have women on board. That would be my 2 cents of wisdom. But then again, I want to refer on something that Eukarya said before about communication, and you said, Eukarya, external communication is important. It's important also because it makes an institution accountable. So if it's out there, it's on the website, it's a pledge, it's in the news, then you can call them out if they don't have enough women in decision-making positions, because they've already been exposed to that. And the students and colleagues, peers should push for it. And final point, you need to have women in the decision-making positions. I know it sounds very elitist, but who makes the decision? Who allocates the budgets? Who has the agenda? Eukarya referred to it. Who keeps the issue on the agenda? The people who decide. So if you don't have women in the positions who decide, then you can't have change.
I think we have 1 minute left, so it's time to close the panel. Maybe we can continue the conversation during the lunch break. Thank you all for your insights. I think all the things you said resonate with each of us. So we continue the conversation during lunchtime. Thank you.
Many thanks for the panel 2 panelists, discussant, and moderator. We'll move now to the last but not least talk of this morning and of this final event. And we are pleased to have with us Elena Schubert, officer at the European Commission and Deputy Coordinator for Equality at DG Agri. Elena will talk about women in agriculture and rural areas. Elena, the floor is yours.
Do I have my slides here? Where is my presentation? Yeah, okay. Then I go with the green. Yeah. Thank you very much. I have to say that I'm impressed by your project and by your initiative and by the speakers that I had a pleasure to listen to in the previous panel. I have been working in DG Agriculture for almost 2 years. Before I was working in DG Employment on social affairs and equality issues, not only gender equality. And I'm very pleased to be here today with you and talk about the gender equality in agriculture and rural areas. In my first part of the presentation, I would let me Yes, no, we are... No. Sorry. It's the green one, isn't it?
The green one.
But why doesn't...
No, here.
This one? Uh-huh.
No.
I can also do it without my slides.
No, you have the slide. No?
Okay. So let me improvise. Women can improvise. I mean, that's for sure. As a mother of 2 children, I improvise all the time, every day, every minute. Anyway, so I'm used to that, no problem. So I would like to speak about 3 main issues here. First of all, I prepared slides, but I can send it to you after the event. First of all, I would like to point to the strategy of the European Commission in terms of equality. Secondly, I would like to refer to the main challenges of women in agriculture and rural areas. I wanted to refer to the indicators because some of the speakers pointed out that scientists understand the language of numbers, of figures, and we have very important indicators that have been collected by member states and Eurostat that reveal ample gaps between rural women and women in cities and urban areas, or between rural women and rural men. So I wanted to speak about those indicators and the gaps. And finally, I would like to say, well, what we are doing in the Commission, what we are doing as DG Agriculture to close those gaps and to fight those inequalities. So let me start with the first point, and that is the Commission's holistic approach towards equality. You might know that von der Leyen Commission, for the first time in the history of the Commission, has appointed a Commissioner for Equality, Helena Dalli, who is coordinating equality matters across all Commission services, including DG Agriculture and Rural Development. The Commission has triggered since the beginning of von der Leyen Commission a lot of strategies to enhance equalities in all fronts, possible fronts, including gender equality. We have a European gender equality strategy. And that strategy commits the services, European services, to adopt policies, to do policy making, including legislation, including funding, in a way that the equality between men and women is enhanced and is incorporated and mainstream in every action that the Commission is doing. So we are basically mainstreaming equality across everything what we are doing. We have in the Secretariat General, that is a department that is coordinating the Commission work, a dedicated equality task force that is coordinating the work. So it's really a very interdisciplinary and inter-service approach that has never been that pronounced and that strong in the Commission before. I have been in the Commission since about 20 years, and this is really, I see, this is the time where the equality is high on the agenda. So what kind of consequences this has on the work of DG Agriculture? Well, we also need to incorporate gender equality into our work. That concerns DG Agri legislation. When we look at the CAP 2023-2027 legislation, I don't know if you have seen, but for the really first time of CAP, we have a specific objective that includes a reference to the need to enhance inclusion of women. Inclusion of women in rural areas, but also to enhance inclusion of women in agriculture sector. This has never been the case before. We have it now as a specific objective number 8. We will see, we are now in the process of approval of CAP strategic plans, so we will see how member states will incorporate it, but we are pushing them. We are doing our utmost to make them aware that we need to take care of women in rural areas, but also in the agriculture sector. So this is the action that derives from this gender equality strategy for DG Agriculture and rural development. And of course, we see the need. Why did we include women into the specific objective? Very clearly, we have clear indicators that speak that despite of the gender equality legislation at the EU level, we are, I think, the front runner in the world. We have it on the paper, in the legislation. But when we look at the numbers and the outcomes of member states, we see that we still have very, very ample gaps between men and women. And that concerns their performance in employment, their participation in education and training. And of course, this has an impact at risk of poverty or social exclusion in member states, and really manifest gender gaps in pay, gender gaps in care, gender gaps in the pension. So we see that this has a great impact. Just to give you a few numbers, unfortunately, we don't have the graphs that I prepared for this event, but it doesn't matter. I will refer very briefly to the main indicators. For example, in employment, the gender gap between men and women is amazing. Just to give you an example of the employment rate, we have around 20 percentage points gap between men and women in rural areas. But also a great gap between rural women and urban women, for example. We have great gap in informal employment. Much more women in rural areas are engaged in informal employment than men do. What means informal employment? Women in rural areas take care of the children, take care of their family. They cannot engage in formal employment. They are not getting a proper salary, and of course they do not collect pension entitlements. So this is the case that we see in many member states, I would say across all member states. We also have a great gap at risk of poverty or social exclusion, and very interestingly, the rate of early school leavers, so the participation of women and men in basic education, there is a much higher rate of early school leavers amongst men. So men tend to attain lower educational results, and yet women are much less represented in employment. So this is a great discrepancy and disproportionality that we need to fight. So these are the basic indicators. When you look also at agriculture sector as such, I would say around 5% of the population is employed in the agricultural sector, and only 30% of these 5% are women. And if we look, because some of the speakers here, Anna, for example, mentioned how important it is to have women in decision-making positions, to have the minutes on the tables where decisions are made. We look at the agricultural sector, only 30% of women in the EU are farm managers. The rest are men. So it's really masculine management sector when we look. The majority of managers are men. So these are the disproportionality that we have. So what can we do about that? First, at the beginning of my presentation, I said that we need to get more women into agricultural sector, but into the decision-making positions, not only as employees. Secondly, we are investing a lot of funds and resources, and this is not only under the Common Agricultural Policy funds. We are investing European Social Fund Plus, European Regional Development Fund, European Recovery and Resilience Facility that has been introduced following the pandemic and the need to address those problems. So we need to invest into rural areas. And when we looked at the evidence, what is the greatest or the most important enabler of social inclusion? We have come up, and there are a lot of studies, and also the member states have flagged these issues with us in various evaluation reports when it came to the evaluation of the structural funds. Really, the basic enabler of social inclusion of women in rural areas is the provision of social support services, social health care services. There are a lot of rural areas across EU where women do not have access to education, to kindergartens, for their children. So they have to take care of the children at home. They cannot access labor market, and of course, this lowers their chances for access to labor market for later, and of course, increases the risk of poverty or social exclusion. So we need to invest into the services, and this is exactly what we are going to do, including under the CAP funds 2023-2027, to create an enabling environment for women to be able to access the employment and to be able to interact in the society on equal footing with men. We also, I don't know if you are aware of the Commission agenda of gender budgeting. Yeah, but I think it's too late. I will continue like that. Of gender budgeting, we have, under multi-annual financial framework 2021-2027, introduced gender budgeting obligation, where we are going to monitor in the Commission how much budget is spent on gender, on equality for women, under all structural funds. DG Agriculture is going also to participate in this. So this is also a very important development. And last but not least, I would like to also mention our strategy for rural areas, long-term vision for rural areas that we have adopted last year in May. And this strategy includes a dedicated flagship initiative to support women in rural areas. And last month, we had an interesting workshop, quite a big conference, including many stakeholders from member states, policymakers, the Commission, and so on and so forth. And I would like to say that the word woman was the mostly used word in this event. And everybody agreed that if we don't support rural women, if we don't support women in agriculture, the trend of brain drain, of outflow of women from these areas will continue. And this will have a very, very negative impact on rural areas, but also on the agriculture sector. So I will finish here. I hope I have not exceeded the time. Thank you very much for your attention. If you need if you would like to ask me anything, I'm here. Otherwise, I can send you the slides, including the indicators after the event. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elena, for your interesting talk, and thank you for having managed the presentation without slide. We apologize for this inconvenience. Well, we got now the end of this final dissemination event. On behalf of the GenderSMART Consortium, I would like to thank all of you, speakers, panelists, discussants, moderators, and the whole audience for your active participation this morning. I really feel that we got the target, which is harvesting lessons from the GenderSMART adventure. Thank you very much. So we will have now the 1 hour break for lunch. You are invited to the lunch break, and we'll continue at 2 p.m. with a joint event between the two sister projects, Gearing Roles and GenderSMART. Thank you very much.
I always rewind while you just